Welcome to today's session of Mario Maker 1 All-Stars, our fourth day of coverage of John or Tetrapteryx, one of the best-known mega puzzle specialists across both Maker 1 and 2, as we continue to record all we can of Mario Maker 1 before the servers shut down in April. Now, our previous stream did unfortunately end on a disconnection just as we were about to crack open the secret exit on the second version of Stand By Your Dinosaur. I did in fact play through it, and then I noticed I had disconnected about a minute prior to opening the final door, so the footage in a previous session did show me collecting all of the coins that were unaccounted for, but not the ending. So I actually am going to do this one quickly again before we proceed to the latest levels, and hopefully I can just recreate the solution path very efficiently without too much of a mess along the way. And that way we can see, for preservation reasons, the final area through the secret exit, and then we'll continue to a couple of new puzzles today, as many as we are managing to finish. So yeah, in Mario, we have the clear flag because we actually did clear it without the secret exit first. So unlike some previous disconnections that we had encountered in this series, we weren't in a situation where the clear failed to register at all, because we had the clear flag and then returned to the level and then disconnected. So that's what happened. That's why we already have to clear in the star. So we're going to show it off anyway, and we'll try to be quick. Yeah, unfortunately, at the rather inhospitable hours at which I'm able to stream, sometimes the ISP decides to flicker off and back on or something. Maybe they think this is a maintenance hour that won't matter too much to people, or who knows. Anyway, coin 1 is to the left of these swamps over here. Now, we've seen this level quite a bit on the stream already across two versions. The experience of the second version was pretty much completely different from the first, due to various changes in what we were able to do. Namely, pretty much all of the techniques and solutions I applied in the first version didn't work at all in the second, because they had since been fixed and prevented. That's alright, we did solve this anyway, and we did eventually find everything, as far as I know. The various pink coin locations are secret rooms that were present in the original version as well, just without any kind of incentive attached to them, or so I'm told, but we didn't see them in the first version. Having a few changes. The bumper change here I never thought was particularly consequential. We were doing this room the exact same way, so I don't exactly know what it was preventing, but it wasn't anything I was doing, I don't think. Anyway, let's wrap back around here. We've seen so much of this already that we should be aware of at least a few of the traps along the way. Oops. And then we don't want to get hit by the shell on our way over. The P-switch is going to load Yoshi over to this area here, and this is a P-switch that will come back to haunt us. Lower the thwomp. And then we take Yoshi across after the Podoboo. Now this thwomp is at a certain risk of sniping us later. We don't want to go through here because it actually lands you on top of Munchers. It requires Yoshi. But as you can see, it is possible to cross that way without activating all this. And here we will continue to this room. Over here, it's fairly straightforward. You grab the shell and then bounce back on it. Oddly enough, I don't remember doing anything like this in the first version either. And we'll eventually go up, but not before we activate a P-switch, and this is where we have to be careful, because this swamp is very easy to forget about, as I discovered multiple times consecutively in the same attempt last time I played this. Let's not get squished, let's not lose Yoshi down here. Oh, we do need to go back to clear these coins out of the way and go up. Now, previously I thought to myself, well, this is a mysterious door that leads you back into checkpoint 1 that we had totally unaccounted for. But we do know what it is now. And I believe we didn't get far enough to show that because of the disconnection the other time, so we'll talk about that in just a moment. In the meantime, oh yes, this bit here, we want to blast as much as we can out of the way. Just those two will do, but oh, that's okay. However, let's get rid of the bones over here. Just in advance. And we'll pop this down here. We'll grab it again on the way down. Let's reposition. It should be within range. I don't think it's a problem necessarily, but just to be absolutely secure, let's drop it on the right tile. And then we pop all of this and make it across. And then, after this, we'll miraculously not run into any of the piranhas. We could have, of course, taken them out with fire as well. Swamp goes down, and we want to pick up the trampoline on the way over. This is something we learned in the first version as well. And then here, we dropped Yoshi but not the object. And make our way over. And then over here, we'll eventually want a P-switch to cross the right side with the trampoline in Yoshi's mouth. But first, we're going to go this way. Now, Yoshi, we're going to take him all the way across. With the spring, we'll need to use it. And dropping the object is a pain, so we're going to use Mario to do it instead. Here, we take out a P-switch. Then we take out the coin above the P-switch. And jump out, and that gives you an additional Yoshi. And, well, I mean, I suppose we could have bought this coin here as well, but will the P-switch expire? And that P-switch is one that we will use again. And that's coin 2 accounted for on what seemed to be essentially the mandatory path, so that wasn't really tucked out of the way as far as I could tell. Anyway, we'll take this P-switch, we'll drop it here, activate it, take this across. Now, coin 3 was the one that took us a little time last time because it was the one that we did not find on our initial clear. But it didn't take too much thought on returning here to discover it again. And here's what it is. Typically, you would jump up with Yoshi, and then you would ride the thwomp that comes down here, and that takes you to the real exit. However, if you just go to the false exit, and you can do it, I think, either way, either by jumping Yoshi up there, or alternatively up throwing this and then jumping off Yoshi. Either way will do, but it's probably safer to have Yoshi available so you can walk on the thwomps. We're just going to go the standard route that tells you have to try again. And we'll see what happens there. Now, the reason I thought to check this was actually not what the solution turned out to be, which is that the coin is right here. Along with a checkpoint, in case you are down on time like I am right now, and at risk of losing due to time, because you do have a pretty big loop after this. Originally, the reason I thought to check here was because I remembered, distantly, that at the end of the first room here before you drop, there is this door. I thought maybe this door leads you to the pink coin, but no, it leads you to checkpoint 1. So we'll take this Yoshi. We got 60 seconds, a good thing we got checkpoint 2 in that well-placed location, because we have a bit of a long ways to go. Oh, especially with all these Client's in the way. Whoops. Oh, and especially with losing Yoshi. Yeah, so we'll almost certainly just have to... yeah, let's just reset from checkpoint. We won't be able to do the whole thing in one segment, and even so, we wouldn't have had a lot of room to look at the secret room, so let's just do it this way. And I guess that's part of why there is a checkpoint for the coin path, is that if you do it all in one segment, even if you're relatively efficient about it and you know all the solutions in advance, timeout actually is a distinct possibility, so... I don't know how doable that is when in 500 you would really have to be very quick, I think. We probably could have done it if we had just gotten through this segment cleanly, but we didn't, so that's it. Okay, we don't need to go back through that room on the left. We can just go straight up. Hopefully that's within reach of the swamp that we'll see this moment. Yeah, we stall in locations like this, for instance, and it's possible to just take the damage for Yoshi and run straight through and board him up again, but... Alright, let's hope, whoops, that this gets me within range, and it does. But yeah, as you can see, we're already at about a minute down from checkpoint, and so we almost certainly would have run into time trouble. So we just need to redo the exit, which means... Oh, unfortunately, one thing is that we won't just have easy access to this P-switch, because in a previous attempt, of course, it would have preserved the fact that I dropped the P-switch over there. Also, we can just take it from this side. And in fact, it lets you see the P-switch and the one-way panel if you just jump over here. And that's a lot faster. So that's something that we didn't notice or show off last time either. Anyway, we're gonna grab this. But I suppose that's why the coin is tucked away up top, is that if you only ever get the P-switch this way, and if you only ever notice the P-switch this way, then you wouldn't know that coin 2 is in a location above it. Whereas we previously only saw that other plan of going up top. Anyway, we're going to get out here. And whoops, that was a mistake. Let's try this again without getting spikes from the side. And we'll exit. And then let's not accidentally jump over to the gate off of this. Getting P-switch by bouncing onto the spring with Yoshi is your original intended strat. Okay, then I can see why you thought that coin 2 was actually a bonus. I didn't realize that because, you know, just given the Maker 1 camera, I had no way of seeing that unless I deliberately tried to spring in that location. And just did it for no specific reason. Anyway, JK. Well, I mean, they are initials that we recognize, but maybe it's also just joking, just kidding. That's kind of a signature moment here. Followed by where? Which... almost... I don't recognize what this would be, unless it's, you know, some kind of Smash Brothers move with the W button or something. But Yoshi's just kind of bouncing off the walls all over the place, and we'll put him out of his misery. And I think there's nothing more for me to do here. I mean, this would be the end of the level if this is about the goal. Which it is. It's an acronym. I don't recognize it, to be honest. I'm sort of searching through my memory here. It's probably something really obvious that I would recognize if you tell me what the solution is. But nothing comes to mind immediately. Yeah, so we'll let you post a link. Just a minute. And in the meantime, we'll introduce the next level. But yeah, thanks for linking that. I'm not going to click through it right now because it's a little bit performance intensive for me to manage both my browser and my stream because I'm on a rather old computer. But we'll look at that in a bit, and feel free to tell us more about it if you wish. It probably is something obvious that I do in fact know. But anyway, the Shell of Reckoning 1.1. So this level, oh, wing assisted incline running. Okay, okay. I suppose so. Yeah. That would not have occurred to me. I do recognize, but that would not have occurred to me. No. Anyway, the Shell of Reckoning. So, as you can see from the layout here, it does not use the entirety of the layout in the main world, which is something that distinguishes it from, I think, literally every other level in this profile, because, you know, this is a profile that's known for mega mazes and using the entirety of the space. And I was told prior to the stream that it's because it was originally meant for a contest submission, where maybe something full length would have been very out of scale with some of the other puzzles that were being thrown about in the Maker 1 Discord community of the time. This was also a level that I'm told was very heavily regarded in a Reddit competition series that was called New Makers Competition, which was a regular series that ran on the Mario Maker Reddit back in the Maker 1 era that had this maximum limit on the number of stars or medals that you could have going in. So it was meant specifically to feature makers who were at that point underplayed or underexposed. And, oh right, you submitted it to a puzzle race, not a contest. Okay, thank you for the correction. And yes, the wing-assisted incline running. Oh, hence the Yoshi kind of bouncing around on the left side, as though he's running up one of those Super Mario World triangle blocks that we never got, unfortunately. Anyway, in the New Makers Competition, apparently the Shell of Reckoning is the highest scoring level of all time, and also kind of a major public splash for the maker, who can corroborate this, I suppose, because it was later what caught the notice of Carl Sagan42, who gave it quite a bit of attention. So, as you can see, kind of a big bump in the footprint count, although I think it probably had some very positive knock-on effects on everything else being played down the list. Anyway, let's take a look at the Shell of Reckoning from late 2016. And let's see what it is. The fact that it was very highly regarded tells me that it's not one of those where everybody was stuck for 5 to 8 hours. But, let's see. Bomb gate over here, there's a muncher that if you get rid of the piranha plant, the muncher comes down off the conveyor, crushes the bomb, opens the bricks to the left. Opening this by killing the piranha sends the shell over to the left. The shell kills the muncher, the shell kills the big piranha, the muncher comes down, the bomb blows up, you go left, and you can hit the note block on the left side, which then goes over to the thwomp. The thwomp hits the bricks and then opens that passage. So it looks like what this is that the shell comes out of a blaster, possibly this blaster, and you basically create the passage. Oh, I see. We don't know how the shell speed is going to go over that conveyor. I think it slows down and then... Right, then you would want it to not be destroyed by the thwomp. But I suppose the idea here is that you lead the shell over quite a long way, and then eventually maybe you come back here and lead it to the right when you have some way of dealing with the muncher with something like a spiny helmet, where you would do a sort of near symmetrical passage to send it across to the right. Okay, so let's bump this and let's send it over. And yes, oh okay, I didn't realize this would be a mine block, but then that makes sense. And then I suppose that is the Shell of Reckoning, and then so we... Oh, this is like a little construction passage here, which I always like. The kind of construction-based idea. Now we'll do the right side gate last, once we've arranged everything else the way we want it, in order to get the shell to hit this block over here. So the idea is that we can probably hit like this. Oh, or do we want to? Because... Yes, because then what's going to happen is that the shell deflects back and forth in a zigzag pattern. That's what we want to set up. Now once this lowers, the shell sails over, and then we create a zigzag pattern for it to go across. Now, we might have blown this already then, because I only noticed that very late. But we want to essentially create a passage that would allow for that by lowering this, perhaps, and then allowing it to sail back and forth. Yeah, okay. So it goes back like this, and then over here. And it opens this up, but it doesn't get the question block, which perhaps is something like a 1-up or something, or having sent it all the way down. So if you had positioned this differently to have some kind of diagonal... Well, I don't think you could because of the munchers, but if you left the last ones alive, perhaps. If you left this side alive, and then it comes down, and it hits the question block over here. But anyway, we'll take it. Maybe that's worth looking at later. The first level of yours that Carl played actually was Power Up Deferral, I see. Which is the level after this one. And then he played this one in the same stream, yeah. I guess he was sufficiently impressed by that one first. And... okay, so we got to shelve it now, and then we can do the right side after that. So it looks like the question block probably was a bonus of some sort, but if we see a similar interaction on the right side, we'll try to go for that. So anyway, we'll raise this, lower, and then same idea over here, and then we bump it up. Now, what do we want to do here before we bump it up? We probably want to get rid of... oh, okay, I see. No, we'll let the shell stay there. Stay loaded. And we can potentially... do something here, but can we, given that this isn't going to die? So this question block puzzles me a little bit, but anyway, the shell's going to go across the top, and then the idea is that if we bump the munchers in the right places, it's going to eventually hit... we want it to hit these note blocks on the right. That's the implication that I'm seeing. But if that's the case, then what we want to do is... oops, no, that's a mistake. That was not what I intended. If we wanted to hit the note blocks, then it would go over into the top right. Now, why would we want that? Let's explore a bit. Oh, I see, okay. There's a passage up here. I guess we want to eventually take it up here, actually, and hit that brick that is on the right side that we now see over here. So we actually blocked this excessively because it's now going to just run around indefinitely on this end. Unless we bounce it over to... yeah, I guess we would probably need to take the reset door, but let's take a look at this again and see. Basically, you have to set it up and then you trigger the left side to send the shell forward. Currently, if you send the shell up, it's just going to bounce around in the middle here, unless, of course, you raise this further. And then it would fly off this cloud and then bounce around back there, so we probably don't want that. Also, I'm kind of in a weird situation. We'll likely have to reset, but let's take a look and see what we can learn in the meantime. Because basically it would come down here, and it would... I mean, you can always try to maybe raise this... no, you wouldn't have time. You would have to hit that, it would come down. It would just come down this way and fall into the trap. Every time it falls in a trap, it tells you that you need to reset anyway, because you aren't really able to continue from there. So what we'll do is we'll do this side again. Also, it occurs to me. Let's try for that question block on the left. We've got 100 seconds anyway. Let's try to see. Oh, that wasn't what I expected. Oh, I see that question block on the top right now, too. Yeah, and the idea is that we want to send it down to the bottom rung. And I bet we can do it. Because where you would do it is you would send it down to this row here. And then Oh, okay, no, and then you would want to send it across. Okay, no, it wasn't that. Let's try to figure out how to set it up anyway. Never mind that, we're at 69 seconds, we might as well just reset it. That's okay, we had a good previous solution, but... yeah, I didn't think of this one through specifically. That's alright, let's just take the death of it and redo. We'll try to go for that question mark next time, but... and that's assuming we can do it anyway, because... oh, I suppose that Muncher... yeah, if we were still wearing the helmet, we could put that Muncher. That was in the other question block up here. Oh no, we can't, because the Muncher is located in this spot. Never mind. So I'm going to see if I can set it up this time. Probably needs to be done in multiple layers, so to speak, because, yeah, previously we took this down, but the Muncher's in the bottom layer, obviously it's not going to come over to the question block. So we need at least piranhas through the bottom layer, and some way for it to zigzag down, especially if we, for instance, lower this first. No, that's not going to work. Because as soon as you lower these, then you lose access to that one. Wasn't quite sure how the deflection was going to work. I think we actually need to lower this first, and then... but it would get trapped. Then you would raise this. Anyway, let's just proceed. Yeah, because ultimately if it goes like this, then it hits that one. You don't actually get access to the question block. Oh well. Still worth thinking about. Obviously, if we can do something optional, we try to make it happen whenever possible. And that's just how it's going to go. So, alright, let's just take the standard side first. Just to see. Okay, so we need to set things up. Yeah, I still don't exactly know. I guess if you had a spiny hat eventually, like if you had a spiny hat and you come back, and you hit this, then it opens up that gate. Here currently, the issue with shell. Well, if it lands in this Muncher trap over here, then you just raise it again, right? But the problem is that you don't want to send it all the way over to the right side. What you want to do is you want to send it up through the center column. Which means that we want to do this. And then trap it in the middle. Once we trap it in the middle, then... oh, that's a mistake, but... once you trap it in the middle, then you just funnel it up here by raising the walls first and sending it up through the middle. Doesn't explain this guy in the bottom right, but we'll figure it out. Let's go back. Yeah, you funnel it through the middle by trapping it in the wall. So it comes down here, for instance. You do a single tap over here, and then you kind of stagger it up a little bit at a time, like that. And then, oops, nope, I lost the helmet. Okay, never mind. Let's reset it, get the helmet. But you see what I'm going for here. Oh, and we have to reset the whole thing now because of... yeah, losing access to... wait a minute, but we came through a pipe. And we opened a gate, so we should just get the shell this way. Like somebody who actually has some memory. Oh, whoops. There we go. So let's do this again. Find blocks everywhere, of course. So yeah, that's how we set it up. We put this through here. And then we trap it in the middle and funnel it up. So up this way, and we'll just be extra careful. And let's go up and check how we're doing. Oh, no, let's not, because camera will not be that cooperative. And at this point, I think we're okay, except we're trapped in the middle of it. But we can just raise this and go back down. Yeah, I still don't know what to do about that muncher on the right. I think that's not something we can deal with until we upgrade to Spiny Hat. I don't see any other way to take care of it right now, unless... yeah. Well, maybe we'll upgrade, and maybe we won't. Let's see. We got a checkpoint here anyway, so who knows how well we can reverse, but there is a gate, and yes, there is a Spiny Hat, which would explain a lot about the earliest segment to the left as well. Maybe the question blocks are actually part of the required progression for something like the keys. That's entirely possible. Because we do see these key doors, and we know they're necessary for something, we do know that the Spiny Hat is just going to outright lower some of these blasters. Oh, no, lost it. That's okay, let's go back out. We have the gate open. So we can just go back. I mean, we know now what a Spiny Hat does for us on the right side. Also, this is interesting. Oh, we should have busted this first, actually. And let's reset this room. Now, you could just outright kill the shell, or remove it that way. That's interesting. You switch over here, but you have to hit the bomb from the other side. I see. After getting a single key, then you hit the bomb to open up that gate. Some of this we'll have to revisit from checkpoint flag. Okay, so yeah, that's just a way of telling you that you went too far without doing the required interactions. Alright, in that case, let's stand out of bomb range. That was a problem for us earlier. And yeah, now that you can break these, you can just straight up lower everything and blow things up this way. Oh, didn't want to hit that. I was trying to lower it by one. Let's redo it. We're going to run into timeout issues pretty soon, but yeah, I see that you are supposed to go back here a second time in order to do any of this. We do need to align this a little more cleanly. Or just take it through the middle like that. No. I was trying not to jump through both of those. Just wanted to hit one. Unfortunately, the piranhas thought to land a little more aggressively than that. Oops. Okay, much better. And then we'll do something very similar here, I think. And if we just open up this side, that should actually be... Oh, not quite. Not quite. Yeah, because I was hoping to kind of open up the passage this way, but that doesn't work. Miscalculated slightly in terms of where it was going to land. That's okay, we'll redo it. We have 19 seconds, so we're likely to take a death here, but... I think this is essentially the right kind of approach, it's just that we didn't lower it correctly initially. And... yeah, because as soon as it comes over, we kind of want it in the middle instead, which means... well, we'll figure it out. Anyway, let's head back up. And yes, you can, of course, try to do this. And, as we saw from previous experience, we can't really do much with it yet. Let's not try to go through anything one way just yet. This allows you to scout a bit, though, to see what's going on. So eventually, we need to hit the POW to get rid of this one. In order to do that, we need to send a shell bouncing all the way up here. Possibly. Or really just do this instead. But you need to do that in such a way that a shell is going to come up here and hit them, and that would require opening up a couple of other passages along the way. So let's not take care of that just yet. Oh yes, I suppose this is a problem now because we froze this. Let's just redo. Okay, stand back. Send it over. Okay, I think I had a rough idea of what to do on the left side here previously. It's just that we have a bit of setup with this column in particular being a point of difficulty. Because I do think we need to lower this. Then what we want to do is kind of deflect further once it comes down. Oh, that's not right. Yeah, no, I didn't think about the order there. Hang on, let's do it again. Yeah, I always like these very freeform construction type mechanics when it comes to puzzle solutions. I've seen a couple of them in the past and they're always quite satisfying. Okay, so yeah, we saw that there was a bit of an order problem with how we dispense with the right side. I'm just kind of looking at the deflection here and seeing what kind of pattern we could get. Because this goes down this way. That's actually okay, because what we want to do is lower this. We don't want to complicate things too much here, but nope, that was a mistake. That's not what we want. Again, you have to be very light in applying your touch to some of those jumps so you don't kill more than you expect. Oh, whoops. Once again, we have to stand back a little further. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, because we have to trap it in a certain way that it's going to go down and then around. And then I want to create a passage that's sort of like this. Actually, sending it on the left side trap at this point would work. Somewhat. Except if it hits the piranhas, then it would kind of get crushed from there, so you sort of need an additional passage over here for it to cut through. Oh, at this point, though, it's going to have some problems. Unless it sails over this way. No, it doesn't quite go far enough. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. Let's... just reset this one. Yeah, because of the way certain things are offset, it's sometimes a little difficult to visualize. But I think if we set this up similarly to before, just once again with a very light touch, you just need something aligned with this column over here. And you... Yeah, I kind of want to trap this such that you don't have the... not the bomb, the shell rather, hitting everything too aggressively. I think the way to do that is actually by lowering this by 1. And then it should... Nope, it's going to sail right over 2 tiles. Yeah. I was hoping it would just kind of bounce in the middle over there, but apparently not. But we kind of wanted to go down to the right and then back over. Yeah, again, it's definitely a lot of the, you know, partial tile offsets that are throwing me off a little bit in terms of predicting where the shell is going to go. I do think it's probably necessary to open some of this, though. Whether that means this one as well is maybe an open question, but... Let's say we do this. Why don't we just have a similar... we're gonna get trapped on the right side. Let's see here. Because when it goes down, it's going to bounce over, come back down this way, but then it's just going to get stuck over here. It's not actually going to come down the way I want. Let's rethink that. Yeah, it's just sort of thinking about what the first move will be. I mean, the first move is going to be lowering all this when you eventually get to it, but in terms of doing the setup in advance to get it to kind of do some kind of zigzag pattern, it's a bit difficult to set up, but... Yeah, because it kind of has to fall into the right side and then zip down in a way that makes sense. If you took it so this left side in advance and then sort of had it bounce over, I think the way it is that you kind of need to go, well, no, not like that, down and over, and kind of bounce around down here eventually. Is it salvageable? Not really. Because you didn't get into this situation where the munchers are blocking everything. It's okay for munchers to block things, like if it's trapped in a lower area, then you can hit the munchers late. And have it cut across that way. 4 seconds. We should scout the right side there as well, of course, because I did notice that the spiny hat would give us some progression in that location as well. What kind exactly? We'll find out. Actually, check the right side first. Oh, right, because this outright kills now. But note block is going to send it up partway. Oh, we'll kill this, of course. And we want to send it probably just up here and hope that it has the speed to prevail. Actually, yeah, no. If it comes out to note block, we don't know how high it goes, whether it goes to the top stack or the bottom stack. We need to see this and probably reset out of it until we know for sure. Where does the note block take it? It deflects through the middle, okay. And yeah, so it actually should have been the one where we left that one in place. Okay, so flex through the middle, and then it'll eventually come up through the snow block, which means it's something we'll need to obstruct it. So let's say we just take out this one. And then why can't I just take it now? Oh, didn't expect that. At the end. The sail's over. Bounces up. Try it again. Okay, so we'll send it over. Again, this is a necessary step. So it kind of goes up and then bounces back and deflects. It goes through the middle column here. Now the question is, if it bounces over here, then what exactly was sending it back down afterwards? Because we kind of needed to bounce around up through the top. We need to see this again. This was what I had last time, but I didn't really see accurately where it was falling off. So. Oh, okay, it's just not even making it there. Over to this note block in terms of getting anything out of that direction. What do you change the angle here like that? Let's consider some possibilities. Yeah, because we do see from further in the level that you're just going to have multiple keys as part of this. So it just falls off much on the right side. Now, if it does that, it means we need it in an upper position maybe much sooner. You know, why don't we just get rid of all this and see where it goes? Just so we can see a bit of a height check here on it. Okay, that's fine. You just need to obstruct it by landing something on top of the cloud stair so it doesn't go up. Or can you, given that we have the spiny head and destroy the munchers instantly? Yeah, because it's sailing a little bit high now, but I don't have a good way to raise some of this necessarily. Let's take a look here. Let's actually leave the middle piece in place. I don't see that this would be that different, but let's just identify the issue here first. Up and goes up. Okay. We essentially need something to stop its ascent there. I mean, this, we know that this one here kind of bounced back. Maybe that was what was necessary. So we'll go back and try it. Okay, this obviously needs to go. It's going to go across. I mean, right now, if we just leave things as is, it would just bounce around sort of indefinitely in this cycle, wouldn't it? It would just fall back down, bounce back up, bounce over, bounce back. It would be trapped in this location, more or less. So the question is, what can we do with that? Let's Let's just see the initial setup here, just to see where it bounces. Okay, so if it does that, then it does eventually bounce around. Yeah, because falling off the mushroom at the end here, that was kind of unfortunate. Regardless, this note block being a tile higher, I wonder what it would send it too high anyway. Maybe in that location. Oh, it's gonna go up. Yeah, just thinking about where we'll eventually proceed. Actually, it's okay if it bounces off this note block and goes all the way up top, because then it would fall back down towards this much here and probably bounce back from there, which is in fact okay. So goes up, bounces back. And then let's take this out for a moment. Let's just see what the falling pattern is. If we take out a couple of related objectives like this. Yeah, that lands accurately, and then it gets sent back down. Okay, that's closer. I think we have to get rid of this one. And we can just kind of walk in on the side like that. Okay. We'll come back here. We're at 10 seconds. It's going to be something like that for it to deflect. So, let's just take it. Let's just eat the time out. And go back to try that. If we can recall it accurately. And of course, still thinking about the piranha plant side at the same time. But yeah, we saw it pretty clearly from the door layout earlier with the 2 keys, I think. Unless I'm misremembering. Okay, we know that we want to lower that. We'll unpick that, and this one as well. Yeah, knowing that I can just sort of walk in from the side like that actually makes a big difference. If I'm not mistaken... Oh. Yes, there we go. And then... we bought this, and there's 1 key. Okay. Now we can just go back to the middle. And do the other one. Back. So yeah, I'm just trying to figure out the initial fall in terms of just getting it into the correct pit. Then you have to set up the zigzag after that, which we'll see, because what I do want it to go down the right side, and perhaps there will be some additional lowering after that, like after it bounces around in the bottom right here. I mean, there is also the question of that other question block that currently exists out there, which we can get to. So we don't want to lower that yet. Let's do this. I mean, we'll need to lower that gate at some point, though, so... I feel like... feeling about... well, think of these as clumps of 2 is maybe not the right idea. It's going to be slightly more complex than that, to set up the pattern appropriately. Because it still needs an entry point. And Maybe this is still the entry point. Okay, so this can get taken down, and then the deflection is not going to work the way I want at all. Whoops, that was a mistake. Oh no, because it also just took that out by itself, I see. Yeah, that's unfortunate. What we can do is go through key 1. Ah, okay, and that opens this gate. Yeah, and then we know the other one will open the next gate after that. And we would have access to a piece, which, for reasons as yet unknown. Well, okay, let's see. Trap it in the middle here. And note we can lower quite a bit of this. And perhaps if we lower this such that the size doesn't go down by 1 tile, but it heads over and then kind of sails on over this way. No, it just hits that. Yeah, not visualizing the offsets very well. That's the main issue we're running into here, and also just getting too close to that consistently. Love the symbol of the spiny crown on a adjoining wall to the right side there. Okay, again, we don't want to send down too early, and we do want to... Like, the question is if we want to have it roll around to this trap over here, or continue steadily from that point on, and I think either way, the answer has to be that you take out a little bit of this. I don't think that'll work. I mean, yeah, none of that will work. This just occasionally chips away at those plants by itself. Okay, so you drop it over the right side. You can kind of zigzag it back to the right. Yeah, I guess I don't see it yet. Let's see. Maybe the idea is that we actually do want to send it across to the... Oh, surely not the question mark on the right. We don't have a good way to deflect it there. Yeah, I'm just thinking about this. And then from here we can send it across like that. And then it's okay if it... Oh, no, it's not okay because it gets trapped down here. Yeah, we actually just need to raise it a little further. Okay, that's the closest we've come, in fact. Quite a margin. If only we could recreate it. Because I've already kind of forgotten what was going on. But essentially, if you open it like this, and then you open it to the right side over here, But then we would need to lower this by an additional 2. Oh wait, no, you just leave this in place. Yeah. Okay, so I know how to do this. Probably lower this well, slightly by as well. No, we messed this up already. Yeah, it's surprisingly hard to visualize and remember. Moreover. Yeah, because we had sent it over this way. And then... yeah, this lowers it by 1. I do this. Whoops, time's up. The thing is, does that go down the appropriate trap at that point? We'll find out. We have done the right side. But we'll let everything open up over here. The idea was that I lower this one. Lower that gate on the right, maybe by an additional tile, let's see. Or... no, that's not gonna work. Too low now, nothing's gonna get in. That works, I suppose. If it comes through here, then you can do a bit of trouble because of the way it already chipped away at it. We had to chip already. Or rather, the way the shell that chipped away at the column that I wanted. It does go down to this trap above this column if it is allowed to lower slightly. In which case we should probably still do this. Push down to right. Why then we... oh, okay. I see. This goes over. But then that's okay, we just hit this quickly, and then we get it. Now, here's the question. That top right brick. I don't see how to access that yet. There might still be something else that we need to do here. But we're not going to see it, so let's just continue. Anyway, this side we already know. Whether I'll remember that solution is a totally different question, of course. But yeah, the idea is we take out, take out, take out, and try it again. This level has a hidden bonus area that very few people have found. Well, I mean, I do see a question block I haven't been able to reach yet, so... we'll see. We've generally been pretty good about finding bonuses, but... let's progress. Okay. Now we open up the gates that allow you to go through the top middle. Yeah, because the other question block there on the left section definitely occurs to me as something worth checking. So at this point we can, well, lower the P-switch, but can't do too much with it. we just need to activate the P-switch and then do something with this POW down here, because right now it's going to line up in the wrong place. Maybe. Let's see, it's going to come over here. We don't really have a way to hit it yet. We do eventually want to hit the POW, so let's go over here first. And then we needed to send a shell up here, actually. Get the shell in a trap and then have it bounce back and forth. Presumably eventually hit that POW. Okay, well, now the shell is just going over here, and that's convenient. I didn't really even think about that. But it's going exactly where I want, so let's just lower the POW and be done with it. That was much more convenient than I thought it would be. And yeah, we definitely have an additional location that we can send a shell as well, if we actually manage to do that. Oh, if the POW were hit here with Muncher being on screen, then this passage through Muncher would have been available as well. Let's continue. Yeah, this looks like it's the flag, but we're missing a key. And this is interesting, that Muncher goes all the way up. Then there'll be a dizzy from all that. So yeah, we do have one additional key, and I do see 2 blocks that we haven't interacted with, so that's a lot of potential all around for something else. We will, of course, go back in to try to find the secret elsewhere, because, you know, there's definitely a very visible location for that. Yeah, to reach the hidden bonus area, you need to find a 3rd key. We do see some candidate question blocks already. More than one, in fact. Let's try it again. Okay. Now let's see how well we can remember how to recreate some of the solutions too, which isn't necessarily the case. Yeah, because this top right block over here is potentially relevant. But let's drop all that, and then, yeah, we just create this passage here, and it goes back and forth. And then, oh, nope. Hang on. How did I lose that? Whoops. Let's do this again. Let's calculate something. Let's try it again here. Yeah, okay, no, that was not a great idea. But this will work. And then we go through this way. Oh, whoops. I wonder if it would potentially involve reverting back to a previous helmet. Which could be possible. Yeah, I kind of like the way that these rooms are multi-purpose and that they yield 2 different solutions for 2 different patterns and power-ups accordingly. Let's launch and pipe it through the middle. Oh, whoops, no, too far. Let's Let's reset. Shouldn't have tried to take shortcuts here. Oops. Okay, now similar as before. Up we go. We'll just take it up one step at a time to make sure it doesn't spill over. Just in case. Interestingly enough, nope, nothing up here. Designing these rooms so that each contained two separate solutions was really a challenge. Oh, I can tell. Especially with all the weird offsets in the left portion. But yeah, definitely quite elegant. Let's take this. This requires picking a hard block. And yeah, it's possible to switch shells if we want it. We haven't determined a good reason to do that yet, though. So let's grab the keys that we know about. Now, what did I say was an additional block that seemed to be available here? Don't recall. But yeah, definitely some things like the deflection here, it's not something I'll guess at, you know, it's definitely a series of interactions that one does need to see in person. And as we know, there will be a bit of a follow-up to this. Okay, so we got that. Let's scan around here just to be sure, because that's accounted for. I think we've seen everything else there is to see up here, but check. Yeah, it's that remaining question block later that's perspective the problem right now. Let's do the left side. Let's keep our eyes peeled for keys. I mean, this question block is so conspicuous over here. Now the question is, am I actually able to send anything up that way? I mean, it looks like I'd probably have to go there myself. And how do I do that? Might be something to do with that POW we see later. That's the thought, actually. Let's think about that POW later and whether that would potentially open up this muncher gate in a way that's traversable. The fact that this is a muncher here seems highly relevant to something, we just don't know what. There's got to be a reason why it's a muncher there, not just a ground block or something. So, okay, we know we'll leave the left column up and running. We'll also drop this out a little bit. I may have made a mistake here already. Yeah, that's too bad. Okay, well, we can sail it through this way. No, that was a mistake already. That's wrong. Let's redo it. Yeah, this one, I already forgot what we did previously. I do know that we left the left side column up. But we always have to think about the right side kind of going down by one tile. once we hit the trigger, and so that's something I always forget to account for, I think. Yeah, because basically create this, and then have to... Yeah, no, we needed to leave this in place, this part here, I think. Because otherwise it just comes through this way, and then it's... We know that. And we knew how to deal with it last time. Just didn't remember it very well. Okay, we got 40 seconds, and we'll have to redo this anyway. Let's try to recreate the solution here. We don't want to leave this column more or less intact, I think. Take this down. And then take this down. Well, no. That's okay, because we send it across and then maybe it'll... Yeah, we actually wanted to go down this way. Not... Yeah, no, that was wrong. That was wrong. That's okay. I just completely lost sight of what we did earlier. Yes, something we have to remember to visualize is that, you know, when it hits the piranha, that is something it can only do once. Because it kills all the piranhas along the way and drops the blasters. There's no real double deflection or turning back. Anyway, let's grab the key that we do know, just to do it quickly. Yeah, this one's relatively easy to visualize once you have had a chance to see it once. Fewer pieces to look at. Okay, let's get out. Yeah, because we lowered the right side previously. Thought we left this up. Because then it comes up around the top, goes to the right. And then... Just trying to think about how the deflection's going to work here. And that gets lowered. This then goes down. Bounces around a little bit. Okay, so we... I'm going to lower this for a moment, and then I lower it again, I suppose. It wasn't something like that last time, though. We actually did leave the left side column up, I think. But the idea is that we do this. Yeah, that's right. And we did this one last. That's what it was. Now, this still doesn't resolve that problem up there, but let's continue to open more gates in case we have something like the POW become relevant to this and have a way to drop down from there. So let's just continue for the time being with 2 keys. I wonder actually if we want to maybe openly open one of these at a time. No, I think we'll need a P-switch, so let's take that first. I'm just looking at these gates here. I suppose we don't load the P-switch. If we don't load this muncher yet, we can punch through the P-switch. Oh, there's a one-way panel there, so that does nothing, because the muncher will not fall into the P-switch. Then we do need that. Presumably then, once the P-switch is active... Well, let's go back and see it. Because we'll need to press this first. Go through here. We never did hit this, did we? Oh, no, that's from the P-switch activation. P-switch activation drops the muncher, bomb goes through here, and then that was what allowed me to send a shell over to the panel block this way. Now, this is the other question block that we didn't see, but that's because we can send the shell perhaps over an additional level. If perhaps we bounce it all the way up top. So, without hitting the P-switch first then. Whoops, that's not what I wanted, but... Or is it? Because if you grab that, and you come back... Then you bump this up. No, not like that. I was hoping to bump it up through the middle. Let's just reset through the door instead. Yeah, we definitely want to try to hit that question block that is up top. Nope, we don't want to hit it like that. I think I previously like dropped on top of it or something. Okay, like that. And now we kick it. We kick it this way. It should hit that question block. Oh, okay, just a one up. Never mind. But... if we switch to the spiny shell... About 212 seconds here. I'm just thinking about how we can go through the bottom left. I suppose if we have the POW hit within range of getting rid of that muncher that is further to the left. So we initially open this gate first, then we do the POW hit up top. Let's see. Yeah, the block had a key. I could use it to skip the puzzle on the left or right side. Well, I mean, you know, we had to see it, to be sure. So we know that it does require some of the existing progression that would get us up to this P-switch if, you know, you're requiring third key door after the other two, which means that we hit the P-switch first. This blows up. This opens up this passage. Bomb can then head over to POW. Now, the thing is, if the P-switch is active, the POW doesn't get unloaded there yet. Essentially. And then we can kind of defer the unloading of the POW, unless, of course, we can find some way to have that lower muncher be on screen, which... we've got 100 seconds. Let's switch helmets, first of all. What's the best way to switch helmets? Well, that shell is still active up top, which is not great. Yeah, you know what? We'll just get shot. And then switch back. 111. That's okay, we'll hopefully be able to open the gates a little more efficiently next time. Yeah, because at this point, we can open this just to have that passageway cleared in advance. And then... oh, okay. Yeah, here's the problem, is that to activate the P-switch, we get stuck in here. However, if the P-switch is active, you can wrap around still. P-switch is still active, and then you wrap around like this. We have to do it faster than how we did it. But the idea is that you have the P-switch active, and then... oh, that still wouldn't help, because the POW is still out of range of that muncher in the bottom left that you needed. Because we need some kind of POW activation there. Now, what we could do is load the POW elsewhere. So let's say this POW normally would fall down while the conveyor belt is still active and fall to the left. If the POW is something that we can activate elsewhere, or if there's a passage that we could sneak through ourselves. Yeah, the thing is, I'm just mostly thinking about how to reach that question block. And it's so conspicuous, but I mean, the main thing that comes to mind is a POW activation managing to get you through that bunch of gates that we saw earlier. But how is that going to be within range? We'll try to figure that out. Bonafide Pirate, welcome. Bonafide Pirate, we saw this one already. We're going for the bonus room right now, which seems a little bit more involved. Anyway, let's do both sides first. And yeah, we know from previous experience, we kind of bumped both of these. And flick this over, then this goes down, and then how do we even do this? Oh, yes. Oh, no. Hit that a little bit too aggressively at him. It's a very light touch. But this is the way. Yeah, that's fine. Then we go like this. Good snap. Now, because of all one-way panels, we still don't really see a way through. Just looking at this as carefully as we can. Unless we send an additional shell through here. Well, not an additional shell, but like if, yeah, I just don't see how to bounce something up to that question block. Because it feels like we do need to hit that one ourselves, and if we do, then how do we get out of here? Given that the one-way panel is obstructed. Well, no, we would jump out above that, because there is the semi-solid above it. So anyway, we've gotten... Oh, we still need to get a right-side key, of course. And we'll kill this a little bit at a time. Definitely a deflection that required a bit of trial and error first, but... Okay. Probably nothing else on this side that's relevant to my progress. I feel like wrapping back around with a P-switch is something that we hadn't really explored thoroughly yet, which looks like it has tons of potential for something, but let's open everything up first. I mean, a lot of these blocks obviously do contain vines because they do respawn again and again. If that's the case, I mean, whoops, no, hang on. I think the idea behind the P-switch is that you would be able to at least freeze conveyors. Now, if you're freezing conveyors, what does that do for us? That probably wouldn't be the case. Well, for one thing... Yeah, well, actually, no, you needed to come back here with a P-switch anyway in order for the next shell to bounce over here for the POW. you need to do it anyway. Given that you need to do it anyway, then what is this all about? Yeah, because the shell just goes immediately over there because it bounces off this location. This is the initial... Ah, yeah, I see, because the shell is not coming from blasters or anything, as we could have told. It's coming through here. And it's bouncing through before the Muncher spawns for the player, apparently. Oh no, because the Muncher bounces off this location, and so that's why the shell goes through the gate before the Muncher becomes relevant. Oh, whoops, no, that's a mistake. So in the event that we go over to the Muncher, hit the POW, shell bounces around. I think if you have a P switch that's still freezing the POW, I think if you still have a P state that's active, then you're able to go back down and maybe get within view. Well, no, because if you're in the P state, you're not going to open any of this up to begin with. Let's get the shell again. The helmet, rather. Yeah, so you come back in here in the P state, and that's how you get that situation where the shell goes through here. Well, I know now that we blew up the hard blocks, it's going to go through here regardless. But perhaps, since the shell is now going through here regardless, we can hit the P state and come up here, and then freeze the POW on that conveyor. If we freeze the POW on that conveyor, then what happens? P state's not going to last that long by that point, I think. But let's just do this. Go through again. Yeah, P state's going to expire pretty quickly here. It's not going to do much for me. How it opens up the gate on the right side. Maybe we're within range of that Muncher anyway, but it's just that without a shell to get us over there, that doesn't help because we're not actually able to get down over here yet, so... Let's see here. I'm just thinking about... Well, there's one shell that's just going to be active here. We kind of understand its spawning location at this point. I wonder if maybe breaking those hard blocks in advance was a bad idea then, because we're no longer able to access the left side over to that question block anyway. Because what we should have done, actually, is despawn and respawn that shell. Perhaps. By opening this side first. And then maybe lowering the POW first. And then coming back and respawning the shell in this location. Let's throw it back into it such that it would fire over at the POW accordingly. Which means that busting down those hard blocks, I wonder if it actually cuts you off from getting the optional door. That would be seemingly irreversible. Which is why I don't think it's really a serious solution, but let's reconsider. One thing we should also consider is the final goal area, whether there was something we could reverse through. 14 seconds, we won't see it. But we might want to restore those heart blocks anyway and not send the shell over right away until we are kind of happy with the POW. But then the thing is, you would need to activate a P-switch. No, maybe not then. Let's try this again. Yeah, that question block is a bit of a problem. That one is out of reach for us. Anyway, let's do both sides first of all. That's over here. I mean, if the shell is just heading towards the right... and then we just kind of bounce over that way. Let's think about this for a moment. Because, oh, no, there's a mistake. Hang on. Now, I don't think it's something that's going to allow us to shortcut the existing keys, but maybe it is, so... let's try something for a moment here. No, that's not it. Let's... oops, grab another hat. Well, we're trying for it. Okay, so let's head back over. Let's get the keys first, prioritize that. So... oh, nope, blocked it excessively. Yeah, very difficult to just kind of get that single tap sometimes. Nope, once again, I'm just trying to do a single tap there to hit 2 stacks of munchers, not quite what I was doing there. So I had to course correct. Oh, now we need to course correct again because I have no hat. However, if you have just a regular helmet, you could maybe bump the shell. Something that you could have done first time through, though, unless you have to do some kind of switching. Yeah, there's no real place to get a fuzzy helmet over here without going back into the main world. I was just thinking that if we had the buzzy helmet, we could have just raised everything towards the question block or something. No, I think it's got to be this muncher on the right. Like, it's got to be something with POW in this muncher. I don't see what else it could be, really. Because why else would it be a muncher if it's not something that you're supposed to hit? And it's kind of, vertically speaking, within range to POW as well, which means that... oh, we're through a one-way panel here. I think if we didn't extend all the way here, and then went back, and then went through the middle column, then perhaps we're in business, but let's get the key first, and then theory craft it afterwards. No, once again, just try to do it in a single tap, and then I missed, and I had to do an emergency recovery, which didn't work. Okay. That's correct. Now I wonder if I can get within range to sort of despawn it. you know, without... Oh yeah, this is a bit of a one-way area as well, that's the problem. And we would need to use that in order to go through further. Yeah, everything here is just a one-way area. However, it's bouncing down there. What we could do is climb up and then have it continue from that point. I wouldn't lower the thwomp, though. Like if you did this... And at this point... Yeah, it's still kind of bouncing around down below. P-switch isn't going to do anything there, but... I'm just wondering how we could possibly get there. Maybe... Yeah, not through there, obviously. Just take a look at this again. Yeah, so the one panel gating here means that we're not going to be doing anything with POW up top. But actually, that initial bounce on top of the spring, if we lower the POW into a better position, this column right here, let's read that again. Let's read that again. And just see how high exactly it's bouncing. Just take this over to the left side first of all, and okay, because this column right here is the spring column, which means that if we manage to bounce the shell and then... No, I was thinking, you know, if it were able to hit something that's all the way up here or something, but I guess not. If we're able to go up the column and then, you know, hit a POW or something on top. Can't be right. Probably something I just haven't checked. Yeah, because this run we haven't opened up any of the key gates yet. Let's think about it. 44 seconds remaining. One thing we haven't checked is going back to checkpoints as well, or... through any of these other gates. We saw the one up previously. Got 25 seconds. We know how to spawn in and send the shell through here. And then, yeah, if you blow that up at that point, the bomb is just never going to go down this way, which means that we need some alternative for dropping all that stuff. However, if you have the POW hit, is the POW within range of that piranha plant that would open up that bomb gates? That's an interesting question. Because if it is, that does change some things. It's got to be something contingent on a POW hit, for sure. Let me just take a look here, because ordinarily, you'd have that piranha that's blocking the muncher over here. Yeah, actually, if the POW hits while the muncher is on screen, the muncher gets... not a muncher, the piranha gets out of the way. The piranha gets out of the way. Then you just go back down here, because the muncher is going to open this gate. Now, the question is, at that point, would it have been in range of that muncher that we see to the left side? Well, if you're kind of here on this position of the camera, then maybe. If you're loaded in that way, come over here. You just stay pretty low, I think. But you would definitely need to load in that muncher first, I believe. And then you get a POW hit over here. Or, yeah, you used a P-switch to delay the POW by enough. Hopefully. No, we saw previously that doesn't really work. And then the idea is that if you're here, you're actually within camera range of the muncher as you go across. And you don't need a shell or anything, we just need to jump up here. And you wouldn't have any issues with it. Okay, so yeah, let's just simplify things. Let's get through the keys, let's get the POW, let's understand how the POW hit and lead you to there. And that tells me that the hard block activation there is not something irreversible, which is also good news, so. Probably just overthinking it. It's mostly kind of a camera check on where we're standing when the POW is activated, and how we set up the POW activation, so I think that's probably what it is. But we'll have to see. Okay. Let's try to do this accurately for once. Alright, and let's get the other one. So you have to POW hit and then you come back down here, and I think maybe, depending on the range of various objects, that would actually get you pretty far. We should have just experimented with that to begin with. So instead, let's get both keys. I mean, it can't be too trivial or simple. It's not just going to fall from backtracking, I don't think. There's going to be some additional element to it that we'll need to figure out as we go. But the bottom line is that we don't need a shell to go left in order to open that passage. We do need the POW to hit, though. We'll see how that works. So what we do is this little wraparound with P-switch. And yeah, because the coin drop, that opens up that gate permanently. We open up the POW. Oh yeah, because we can't destroy this yet, we can't actually get within range of anything over there. But we just need to open that gate, I think, and then we'll worry about that later muncher second. Because as you're scrolling through here, I guess it would load everything into vertical spacing anyway. So we just need to go down, and that might really have been it. Because this goes down, and yeah, it just goes down. Okay, we totally overcomplicated it. We just needed to backtrack. It's literally just backtracking. And that's all there is. Lost the helmet? Yeah, it's purely just remembering to backtrack by noticing that POW allows the muncher drop down to conveyor to open the same gate that you did at the beginning of the level. We spent way too long looking at something so trivial, but that's okay. We should have just thought through the loading rules and understood that we were going to get within range of that muncher down below just from the way the entire column is loaded, even if it's slightly out of view. I'm the first person you've seen reach this bonus area in stream. Yeah, it's actually a comparatively easy one, too. It's just that it's very easy to not pay attention to it, really. Or overthink it. But I'm glad you got to see that before the levels go down then. I mean, I suppose maybe other people attested to reaching there with Beaver's comments back in the day or something, and that's how you know somebody did it, but now you see it. That took way too long, but that's okay. Let's keep going. We'll do as many as we can today. Zeppelin Bausenberg is the next one before power-up deferral. And that is quite the aircraft, as we can see here. Let's take a look. Yeah, it was such a simple thing. Anyway, let's climb. And looks like eventually this will... Oh, not eventually. We'll just blow it up now. Do we get a flying power-up like a propeller, for instance, or a cloud? Okay. Something tells me that maybe more areas are reachable by cloud. Well, okay, this area is reachable by cloud because no vertical zones in this game. And it's the main world anyway, so no vertical zones to begin with. Okay, so Bowser's going to be here the whole time, and I see a bomb crush under that blaster eventually, as well as probably some kind of P-switch-related mechanism or something that's going to get a lot of the shell launches happening once you remove the bricks. Unless it's a sequence. Actually, no, it's going to be a sequence of shells hitting bricks, and then launching more shells to hit bricks, like all the way down to column. I think that's what it is. All the way down to column. So, well, we just hit the P-switch, and then that's exactly it. And then... But right now, because of the gates, we can't get the shells yet, so... Oh, oops, we should have taken this. Was that P-switch coming out of a pipe? Yes, it is, so we can just reset and do it again. Is one of your favorite levels that's more based on action rather than puzzles? Yeah, I like that big shell mechanism already. I've always liked room-scale boss fights. And in some ways I feel like I saw more of them in Maker 1, simply because, again, people, due to lack of scroll stop, tended to build more openly. Maker 2 has some good examples too, like that one, I think, 5YMM level by Chirisu, where you bounce on the springs back and forth and you just kind of circle around the entire boss room while respawning platforms. Yeah, you know, that's the kind of room scale fight that I'm talking about, where the objective ultimately is to kill a boss, but then you have this really full use of space. But yes, oh, we need to go down to those coins, down to this pipe here. Can you go through? Yes, you can. Then we see more... Whoop! Didn't expect that. Oh, it's a mole. Okay, yeah. I didn't see the mole at all. Airship camera, you can blame that. Let's open it up. And we'll continue this way. Okay, lower everything, go for the pipe. Oh, it has to be... Hang on. Yeah, this is the only way to go. Then we have to be quick. Yeah, there's no way you can see the mole from the camera position here. Then that's okay, we just lower everything and then watch out as we get the moles firing the alarms everywhere. I should have seen that coming. I had no idea what the thought was going to dunk, of course. Anyway, let's get out of this. Grab the cloud. Hop aboard. So P-switch and down to the pipe, and then... Well, let's watch this first. Oh, very easy. Get bounced around there. Now we just go quick. Then... Yeah, we'll outpace the boost consistently as long as we stand in the middle, so... Oh! I accidentally departed the cloud as I stepped into it. I wasn't expecting that. I was just trying to twirl to sustain my position because the cloud wasn't up and running yet. So I thought, okay, let's do a quick twirl there. But then because I made contact with the cloud first, I actually jumped off. So I suppose we should trust the timing a little bit more than we were doing. Okay, let's grab this. Maybe we should have grabbed that coin too, but that's okay. I mean, once this bit has been destroyed, it's not like we go back here anyway, since the hard block destruction will be permanent. Okay. Nope. Wall jump off the left side is actually not a bad idea. Now that I look at it, I mean, we can just land in the cloud directly if we're confident about it, but wall jump off the left side after a little bit of a slide might actually give me a bit more flexibility. I mean, we saw that the previous timing did work to just jump into the cloud directly, but it's a very hard timing to visualize, so I don't know if I trust that necessarily. Oop. Anyway, triple jumping just for style. And we'll go down. Yeah, that's a lot more comfortable, actually. Checkpoint over here, and then we move the bomb over, and then open up a gate at a time. Probably... Oh, more P-switching. Yeah, and because this area has been dropped out, you can no longer enter this pipe, which is sensible. Bomb crouch over here is good, because then that allows me to start sending a shell column. Oh, I see how it works now. That the idea is that you get quick kills on Bowser as you progress through the level, because the P-switch activation is going to launch a whole bunch of shells on him at once, except these shells have already been used, because they're power-ups. Of course, if we resume from checkpoint, it would be back, but also nice of the checkpoint to actually give me something to work with. So we actually don't want to activate the P-switch up top yet, perhaps. I mean, you had to activate the P-switch to launch these, though, to get through this door, so they were going to be expended no matter what. But then, let's not launch the right side yet, so we can conserve those shells if we are going to be here on the same attempt. Now, why would Yoshi want to grab that? Because there's a key. Okay. The other way through. Oh. We probably don't want everything to be destroyed here. Oh. That was a lot of bombs at once. That's okay. And yeah, as you can see, now the shells up there are respawn, but because you're changing zones anyway, there's no point to try to attack Bowser right at this moment. What you want to do is knock out both sides first. We can do this in events, but you knock out both sides first, then you'll eventually come back, and then you have one very satisfying P-switch hit that presumably kills Bowser with launching every shell at once, which will be lots of fun. Now I suppose if you're on the clear check path, then you are down by a couple of shells, but that's okay. Oh, okay, that's a reset because we're supposed to survive something here. I see, no, I see, we're supposed to defend this. Yeah, we're supposed to defend this little blaster column drops onto the right side. We've got some more bombs coming. Very neat, except it deflected. Nope. Okay, so we redo it. Yeah, I see what it is now. Neat little minigame, actually. Defend the tower. And then, yeah, in the event of some kind of deflection... Oh, that's not going to work. In the event of a deflection that sends the spiny backwards, the one-way panels act as an additional control system. And of course, being able to tongue through the one-way panel is pretty critical here. There are certain positions that we see in play. Nope, too late. Yeah, losing Yoshi there was critical. I do feel like we're kind of being crowded by the spiny in such a way that we do need to stand on the right for that one, though. We just need to stand a little further so we don't get smushed ourselves. Yeah, the Yoshi reaches over the one-way panel technically, but I wonder if the difference in one-way panel collision between Maker 1 and Maker 2 is just enough to make that not work elegantly in Maker 2. I haven't tried it, obviously, but it's something I noticed immediately. Whoops. Nope. Hang on. Nope. Yeah, so the idea is that the spiny gets all the way over here, and then it gives you the blaster unload that gets you through the correct exit door. Let's not stand under that. Yeah, so just a little reminder that you should just keep the bomb straight up and not too hard about it. And also, you can just load these way in advance because they are thwomp based, but nope. Yeah, the launching is based on a thwomp, so we should actually drop everything aggressively before the spiny gets repositioned somewhere we don't want. Whoops. Nope.
Oh, no.
Okay, this will take a little bit of practice, but we'll do it. Now let's stand out of the way so we don't get bombarded. Then, take this. Take this, made it all. Yeah, the actual player interaction might be more action than puzzles, but it's certainly very recognizable for the preponderance of gate control mechanics that we see all over the place. Too slow. Recognizable stylistically, I mean. Because it's very mechanism-oriented, no doubt about that. Nope. Yes, it'll walk. It'll walk. One tile is fine. One tile is doable. Glad we didn't just impulsively reset out of that or something. Okay, it's gonna unload. Oh, no. Come on, Yoshi. It's okay, he'll survive, but I'm sure there's gonna be a Yoshi check on the other side anyway, so... Maybe not. Yeah, actually, well, this is the Yoshi check that you do need to keep him. That is, of course, unknown information to us. But yes, once again, we do need to deflect every bomb. Otherwise, we have problems. So your Yoshi technique has to be pretty solid here. Oh, we totally didn't open that blaster gate, did we? Oh, well. That's okay. This room might be one that you made a little too difficult. Well, we'll see how long it takes. Yeah, you need to tongue these pretty much before they go down. Nope, too wide. Yeah, well, that room with the sledges, I mean, first of all, you have hammers raining down on you, but secondly, I didn't feel like I had time to read it on the first attempt. I did not understand it until I died, so... And we'll see if I do, in fact, understand it at all, or if that's just an illusion. Whoops, nope. Yeah, I would kind of need to save a bit of time there by moving towards the bombs. Too much movement going on. Okay, there we go. Whoops. That's okay. That's okay. We'll live. And then, yeah, it is kind of an unadvertised Yoshi check on the other side. But really, if you're surviving with a Spiny, I guess there's some expectation that you're surviving with Yoshi and that you want to keep him. Whoa, okay. Oh, no. Yeah, because even a single detonation just kills you, so... If you lose Yoshi at any point, you're likely to miss the timing. But there might be some safe zones for the sledges, though, so we'll keep an eye out for that on either side. But of course, the bombs are positioned in such a way that you will be encouraged to move out of there quickly. So, we'll try to get it done. Yeah, I like that steady escalation. 2, then 4, then 6, and then 6 the timing is really a little less forgiving, but then if you kind of move towards the bombs, then you're somewhat okay. And then we wait. Down that goes. Okay. Oh, no, you can't just take that as safe zone because the bombs drop on top of you. Okay, fine. There's an easier way to do the last set of bombs, but you'd rather not give it away? Yeah, no. We'll figure it out. This is reasonably close to checkpoint. We just need to not fail at the Spiny segment too much. And I've kind of got a method for the Spiny section in terms of beating the timing on the set of 6. I think. I mean, it's not that reliable, but I'm trying to anticipate the 6 as much as I can by tonguing a bit earlier, jumping into it, and sort of figuring out how the movement is going to work with that, so... Just got to refine our technique a little bit here. Oh, that was not refined. Just gonna miss. Yeah, I could tell. Okay, lower it, grab it. Okay, nope. Thought it was okay for a moment, but that was just too close. You know... no, I'm just thinking about the bomb positioning, whether there was anywhere safe to just kick. I guess not. Oh, nope. Nope. That's a big nope. Well, we'll see how many attempts this takes. No, too close. Yeah, that's why we need to get ahead of the Spiny as fast as possible to avoid that situation. Because the timing relative to the bombs was okay. The timing relative to the Spiny was not. So we try to lower everything as fast as possible to gain some distance, and then just try to get out once again. And we'll see how much material there is before the next checkpoint after that. Okay, no. Too much. Nice of Yoshi to remain alive for me here, but that will not quite do. Nope. Too close. Takes quite a bit of finesse here. Nope, too close once again. Yeah, Yoshi takes even one hit. You get into trouble, so... Let's try it again. Okay, yeah, that's fine this time. Finally, 300 seconds remain. And then we, of course, have to not die immediately on this next segment. Otherwise, that's a lot of time we just spent on. Not a whole lot. Oh, hang on. Luckily, one of my panels saved a day here, and... Okay, we need to dodge sledges. You know, sometimes the invincibility frames do help us out a little bit. Oh, no. That was an accidental press. We were doing fine there, actually. The thing is, if you have swallowed the bombs already, taking a damage boost is okay. And allows you to reposition slightly. And so you just kind of get into that rhythm of when you're allowed to take damage. Then that fight feels much easier. I just did sort of an accidental squeeze on my gamepad with the way I was holding it. That's kind of too bad because we were getting into a productive rhythm there when it comes to that specific obstacle. You know, why don't I just... Nope, too close. I was trying to see, given one-way panel logic in this game, whether crouching with Yoshi would do a little bit better, but I don't think it outperforms it by enough to really be worthwhile. Although it does get you a little more accuracy in certain shots. Too close. Which means we're too slow. Just getting over there in the first place. Nope. Very tight timing on this. Well, we got through it with the clock at 300 last time. Let's see how we do. Yeah, I'm occasionally missing some tonguing. That's the reason why I'm trying to switch into crouch all of a sudden. What? Nope. That does constrain my movement a little bit, and maybe that's not helpful. We're standing too close for some of these shots, that's what it is. I think. Yeah, as you can see, we're missing a few. Nope, too close. Maybe we do need to stay between the spinies and the bombs just so we can kind of progress. Okay. Nope. I mean, the previous method worked, which is still a little behind on speed. Definitely making it harder than it needs to be. Oh, probably. Because it's not going to be... you know what? Yeah, that's true. That a single bomb can do that. Kind of punch through it that way. That's okay. We have a habit of doing things the hard way first. Not intentionally, but... I think just being in the habit of tonguing the first few got me in the habit of tonguing the rest as well. But yeah, we can just do that instead and kill the spiny because, you know, that's just what happens. You punch it so close. I suppose you punch left to right instead. Well, given that I was doing the hard way, I'm kind of amazed that the timing worked at all, in fact. I think it was the fact that the timing worked at all that, you know, led me to not even explore the easier way in the first place, because we can get stuck in our own method sometimes and spin our wheels for a little bit. Nope, and then add positioning. No. I mean, over there, because of the one-way panels, your ability to kick the bombs through each other is limited. It's on the last set that you can kick them somewhat freely. But up until that point, you have to deal with the one-way panels as well, and so... Here we can kick, and then do that. Okay. It's a little better. It's just on the last one, though. And 256 on the clock. Whoops, no. No gaps this time, no. That's an improvement. Right. Yeah. Shoot. Let's go. Oh, come on. No.
Oh no!
Were we all the way back here? Yeah, I guess because we reset so many times through the bomb drop room. Yeah, if you're crouched, then the one-way panel does get in your way slightly. Oh, and we just missed this method entirely.
Oh no!
Yeah, you want to get ahead and do a kick, but not kick so close that you get into trouble with the spiny. Anyway, let's push through. Yeah, so we stay standing for these first two segments because otherwise the tongue will get obstructed by the one-way panel. Grab that, and then that's done. And we wait. And then drop in without losing Yoshi, I hope. Okay, now let's dodge. Taking the hammer, too, is a valid method. No.
Oh no!
Just get sniped everywhere there. It's hard to reclaim Yoshi without getting hit again immediately, so... If you lose him at all, you get into a real bind. I mean, you could always maybe toss the bombs out of the way so they don't get within destination range, but there's no up throw or anything in SMB, so you do have to generally exercise quite a bit of finesse. Using the hammers against the bombs, though, is kind of nice, if you can manage it. I don't trust myself to grab hammers accurately enough to really rely on that method, but it's an option. Okay, let's let this down. All the way down, and let's go. Again, invincibility frames at a certain rhythm are okay. It's just we need a bit more finesse. No, no, no. Turn around, turn around.
Oh no!
Sometimes Yoshi just refuses to turn around if things are kind of in the wrong sequence. Because of the long cooldown on the tongue. In a way that the tongue kind of obstructs the movement slightly. So if you're kind of mid-tongue and then you really need Yoshi to just turn around and spin and face the other way, things get a bit dicey. But oh well. Let's try it again. Okay. Hit. Swallow. There we go. And wait. Whoops, and then again. Nope. Let's get out of here. Nope, nope, no, nope, nope. Get out.
Oh no!
We're going to be there a while. That's okay. Yeah, definitely a room with very high choke potential. I think we need to use the hammers and fire them back at the sledges. I don't know why I'm treating that room like it's time survival or something. When it's clearly one where we need an exit key, right? But we've just been trying to defer the bombs the whole time, and whoops, nope, forgot the method there. We should actually be firing the sledges back. Firing the hammers back at them and taking them out that way. I think every time I've gone to that room, it's just been so immediately hectic that I hadn't actually thought about it at any point in terms of what we were supposed to do. And we just try to go for that immediately. Let's not get up there. And we might be in much better shape. So yeah, let's try to hit them. There we go. No, and then, okay, we lost Yoshi. Is that okay, though? Yes, it is. Now, I don't know if we could have gotten a second key off the other sledge and whether that would have been useful, but at least we know for sure the one on the right holds one. I mean, a second key door that was optional could potentially create some issues here anyway with Bowser. Okay, so the first piece, which will lower everything there, let's get the Spiny Hat, and then let's see if we can kill him the rest of the way. Yeah, because if you could get two keys, you just skip, so I think it's probably just one key that's being held by one of the sledges, and you kill the one on the left instead, well, too bad, I suppose. Let's, oops, over here, open this up. And, oh, propeller, okay. Yes, we'll take that once it floats away. Propeller, there we go. And then we want to open up everything we can in this segment now, because, yeah, shells on the right side have already been fired, but we want to fire everything we can on the right side. Can we? Well, no, the shells have already been launched, so we actually want to reset through this room then. So we reset through this room. We need... Yeah, this is dropped out, so... we'll go up through here and not lose that, and then I see it. Because we do need all the shells to fire at once. Now, what is this? Oh, just a propeller, okay. And at this point we land... Oh, no we don't. No we don't.
Oh no!
I suppose it says down for a reason. Let's stand out of the way and then go behind this gate. Yeah, so every time you come back here, you fire a certain number of shells at Bowser, depending on what you've unlocked. And we want to unlock everything as we go. And yeah, if you come down here in a certain location, depending on whether you spawn in the bottom left or the bottom right in this room, it does disable some of the previous gates to earlier sections of the level that you have already passed. So, very elaborate checkpoint system here when it comes to preserving actual progress in the level state. And then propeller off the left side, so that's not much to go on here. And then, oh, nope, too close there. Yeah, we will need to just take a death.
Oh no!
Because you need to go down by enough that you don't get within the mole spawn range. So you actually have a platform to land on your way up. Let's wait. And then... color over here. Come on. Up if I can. Yeah, because eventually we'll just have every shell hit Bowser at once, which will presumably be a satisfying finish. Nope, too late, too late. I was trying to curve into that so I wouldn't get into the mole box until the last minute, but we were much too close. I suppose if you're playing these levels in sequence too, that having passed through the Chigo Mole, you are kind of expected to know how mole spawning is going to work from this point. But of course, that's something that's made clear by the level in the initial platform destruction sequence for checkpoint 1 anyhow, so shouldn't be too unfamiliar to anybody who's made it this far. Okay, there we go, that's better, and then we stop. That bounces, and then that lowers the gate. And then the gate opens the way to the pipe. Okay. That makes sense. And then, at this point, because we've unlocked everything, we now hit the P-switch after the burners get out of the way, and now we should be able to launch every shell at once and kill him. There we go, very satisfying. We'll go through here with the P-switch still active. And then we'll steadily... Oh, totally missed a cloud, but get out anyway. Oh, an additional key door over here, that's interesting. But we lost a platform for that, didn't we? No, okay, oh, whoops. An additional... Ah, I see, no, I know what the additional key is. The additional key, of course, is if you kill both sledges. Yeah, because typically, if you do kill both sledges, maybe you just skip Bowser, but then you don't get this. I don't know if that makes sense, but we'll definitely test that theory, because that seems to be the most likely explanation. Doesn't mean that we need to survive past the sledge room, but we'll try it. Of course, I would have liked to explore further up there to see if we can change anything, but let's do it again. Let's try to get the door. We've been doing almost every secret room on stream, at least the ones that I could perceive or was aware of. I think in the early levels on the first day we missed a little bit of side content, but you know, it's there for the taking. Let's take it. And we'll see too if we just kind of preserve the level state the whole way, whether that potentially affects anything with the key setup as well. Yeah, sledges are the part that I'm probably most concerned about. Because previously when I killed one, it was still a pretty tight situation with getting to the key door and getting out of there after having lost Yoshi before the bombs went off. So that's probably the point of greatest concern right now. Anyway, we know it's going to be up this way with the one-way panel. Not a one-way panel, the P-switch rather. And then down towards this pipe. Then we just need to be quick. Missed. You totally need a triple jump or something. First time I missed that. Previously, wasn't concerned about that at all. But yeah, we'll just redo the whole thing and hopefully cleanly. I was definitely wondering if killing both sledges would make Bowser vulnerable to a boss skip. But now that I've seen the third key door, that really does seem like the likeliest way to do it. Whoa.
Oh no!
Bad timing on that one. Yeah, and given that the lower key door there is parked on top of the Muncher drop, presumably we do want to be fully powered for that. Propeller plus Spiny Head. Okay, let's get out of here. And then exercise a bit of care on the holes over here. There we go. Straight down through the middle. Okay. Oh no, we missed it. I didn't get far enough to activate the thwomp. I was thinking we just apply the same method as before where we wall jump, but I do need to activate the thwomp first, of course. And we were just about a tile shy of doing so. So, not going to be a trivial run by any means, but once we're past checkpoint 1, I think if the sledge theory is correct, if the sledge theory is correct, rather, we will be just fine, perhaps. So, let's try it again. And go down. Okay. Everybody comes up, and then we have to DKC2 our way out of there. For some reason, that kind of cloud flight segment with all those spikes always reminds me of DKC2. Sticker Bush Symphony, as it were. Okay, now we do this segment here. We've still got a decent amount of time on the clock, I suppose. As long as we do this cleanly. So that's the first key. I wonder if that key is relevant actually. Like if you look back here. And... Oh, I don't think so. Oh yeah, we forgot to do this the right way again. Let's hang on. We do this. I totally forgot that this guy gives you a key at all, or that this was a key door simply. Oh, look at the hard block down here too, down below. I wonder if it's that you can come up here and grab the key if you respawn at a certain checkpoint then. I don't know where in the layout we are, that's the thing. So that's another possibility for the key as well, if it's not the sledge theory. But then that would mean that the bonus room is only available if you have died at least once. Hang on, we need to stop immediately. Time is of the essence somewhat. Yeah, because this hard block down here is very suspicious, like you're able to bust through that from below. If you're flying up there with a cloud or something. And then, of course, that presumes that you're spawning past checkpoint 2. I forgot this again. I'm too busy talking. Yeah, that presumes you're past checkpoint 2. And that you would have this key freshly made available. Which may or may not be the case, but the location does look suspicious. Nope. We'll try the sledge theory first, though. Since we're going to pass through this segment anyway. Now, the problem is that if we take a death after that, or if we lose to the timer after the sledges, then we will have to start over. Okay, jump this time. Much better. Well, let's just sit here for a bit while everything gets in position. Okay, there we go. Alright. Nope, this is a disaster. Absolute disaster. But yeah, it would be something like a Cloud plus Spiny later. That would be what gets us through to that other key. But again, that's a post-checkpoint 2 thing, so... Actually, no, that wouldn't make sense then. Because if it's post-checkpoint 2, you can't get 2 keys off the sledges, because at that point, you're past the sledges, so... Yeah, no, I don't think the demo key off the bomb here can be at all relevant, now that I've thought about this properly. So what I'm saying is that if you spawn at checkpoint 2, then somehow you sneak over here. Oh, this is Yoshi's block anyway, that's why there's a block there. Yeah, it's not like you're able to grab this key and grab 2 keys from the sledges and continue that way for the final door, so... Or even 1 key off the sledges. Nope, come on. Well, I mean, past checkpoint 2, you have 1 key door off Bowser and 1 key off... Okay, no, it's still possible because you don't need the sledges once again because you... Yeah, no, I totally miscounted something. Because past checkpoint 2, you have 2 key doors. You have 1 key door past Bowser, you have 1... That is... bonus room. And so you just don't deal with the sledges at all, and perhaps it is... relevant at that point then. You could go back for an earlier key. We forgot to do this again. 400 seconds. Definitely is something that requires a good bit of attention. Okay, jump this time. Much better. Let it come down. Dodge bullets. Okay, no, this is the... No. Bombs need to go first.
Oh, no.
Yeah, first round of bombs need to go first. Once you clear the board, then you work on hammers. Anyway. But yeah, if you can kill both sledges and survive from that point, I think that's got to be it. But if it's not it, this bomb is a known candidate. Or a key. But you would kind of be trapped here anyway, though. So, oops, no, bad position. It took too long. Too busy thinking ahead to elsewhere in the level. Yeah, we don't need to grab him every time, obviously, but we will anyway, apparently. Jump. Okay, first run of bombs first, and then we go for hammers. If we can. No, no, no. Okay, first run of bombs first. No. Oh, yes, okay. Okay. We stay. And then not get stun locked. No, no key. Okay.
Oh no!
Okay, so the second key is going to be the bomb, which means it is doable past checkpoint 2. But then normally, though, does that mean that the bonus room is not doable if you clear the level from the start? This implies to me the bonus room is not doable if you clear the level from the start. Because you'd be spending every key along the way, right? Like, if the bonus room is dependent on a key reset past checkpoint 2, then it's only clearable if you actually die or timeout in the middle. Like this key here. Unless there's something I'm missing. Well, we'll definitely search a little bit past checkpoint 2. Now, section past checkpoint 2 is fairly easy, at least, so we can at least search. Nope, too far. I need to grab that bomb ahead of time. So yeah, right side sledge is the only one who's relevant. That's surprising. But it was the original theory anyway, before I saw that there was a bonus door, so bonus key must be pretty near the end. Okay, that's good. Alright, so we hit the right sledge and then we are going to get out of there. Look at this swamp too. What is this swamp all about? Oh no, this swamp is just... I mean, there's the arrow there. Oh no, the arrow is just telling you that this is a reset door. That's the scheme that we know about from previous levels. Keep Yoshi here. I don't know if that makes a difference. Probably doesn't. But we should keep our eyes peeled past checkpoint 2 for an additional key or an additional way to get to that first area. Yeah, because past this point right now, we don't actually have a way to get the bomb key that we saw earlier because the bomb has ceased to be relevant. So, oh, whoops. Now we're going to have a long wait for the propeller. Not a lot of spots to check potentially with the propeller, but the thing is, even if you do grab that bomb key, how do you get out of there then? Because you would have to spend the key again to get out of there. So I think it's going to be a key from maybe a location that we just haven't even considered or seen yet. Like something completely different. We'll definitely have to check some things. Airship camera Bob's not going to be too useful to us here. Anything to look at? No. Get back down, we killed Bowser, and then we need to search for options for additional keys. This is definitely going to be just a Bowser kill at first, though. And we're fully powered over here. I don't know if maintaining the P-switch made any difference, but let's check around carefully to make sure we don't have anything that we can repeat through. Everything seems to be gated off pretty clearly, though. So we just need to keep our eyes peeled for the second key. Somewhere up top. Could it possibly be up here? No. Oh, we're going to get into cloud expiry trouble now, though. What about this guy? Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah, it was just that conspicuous brick over there. We totally overthought that, too. Looks like we'll probably have to go down and then... Okay. No, that's correct. And then... we sneak through here with Yoshi. And... oh, back to this segment. Interesting. The idea is that I'm back inside the airship while it's starting to explode. Okay. Because it's the save the Yoshi ending, right? That's what it is. Yeah, it actually is a save the Yoshi ending. Now that I look at it. Save the animals. Yeah, that's very Super Metroid. In a way that's probably intentional. Okay, very nice. I'm glad we saw it, even though it was just a matter of checking that one conspicuous brick that was hanging there. Inspired by saving the animals in Super Metroid. Yeah, I totally get it. Let's keep going. We've got time. The next level is really long. Am I sure I want to play it tonight? Yeah. Yep, we got time. It's alright if you can't stay for the whole thing, although it's of course been very useful to have you here for context and telling me that secret rooms exist and so on. And again, as with Ichigo Mole, even if we can't necessarily finish it in one sitting, sometimes it is helpful to start a long puzzle, because sometimes logging off and thinking about it for 5 minutes is the magic bullet. So I would rather start it today. I mean, let's see how much is left. Yeah, I won't be redoing the ones that we've previously recorded. At least not right away. Because I don't know if we'll really have time, but we will have 4 more after that. So yeah, I think it makes sense to push on it today, and then we'll see how much we can fit in after that before the end of the week. So, I'd like to look at it. We've only got 2 clears so far. That's, I suppose, been on pace for the last few days. And Burnted, welcome. Okay, so what's the name of this? Power Up Deferral. This kind of feels like the, you know, classy power-up cycle blocks in Super Mario 1, in theory. I guess we'll defer power-ups, that is a clue. And the star tells me perhaps that a star comes out of that pipe. This tells me that I can hit it. And then that gives you the bomb crush. That's just kind of a tutorial for that mechanic, perhaps. This gives you a Yoshi. Let's not touch anything yet, though. Mushroom out of the segment. I mean, Yoshi could grab the mushroom and throw it somewhere. We'll scout a little bit first before we do anything. Over here, that would be through igniting fire, presumably. I mean, that would be the case for a lot of these bombs, so if you had fire access, you could just break a whole bunch of things open right away, which makes me think that's not going to be it, but at any point, that'll just reset that gate, okay. skip Yoshi for a moment just so we can see what's going on. Mushroom gets you down here. Okay, let's start things up. I mean, the natural thing to do is to grab the mushroom. This looks like a cape flight area, for sure. This one was the first of yours that Carl played, yeah. Well, guess we'll get to see what he was doing. Yeah, you can, of course, stomp through here with mushroom. Didn't exactly defer that power up, but, you know, we'll go over here, and then is it an entry pipe? It is. Then, yeah, it looks like a Shelmet check over here, probably. And a Yoshi. Oh, I see. Power up deferral because you take damage and you go through. So every now and then you take intentional damage to make it through stuff like that, perhaps. But then you would need Yoshi to be holding a mushroom into this segment. That's the idea. Yoshi holds a mushroom. And then you lose one. Which means that we will have to reset. Oh yeah, okay, so that's how it is. That you take a mushroom and then you also grab another one. Then you take damage. And then send Yoshi over. Okay, okay, that's kind of the overall flow of it. You get Yoshi to bank up a secondary item, since we don't have something like a secondary item box in this rendition of Super Mario World. Then that's kind of the central idea we should be... Whoops, come on. If Yoshi would cooperate a little bit with us here. That's the central idea, then we'll continue. Like this. Grab this. And then the question is there an additional mushroom check past this point? Well, we'll find out. Or an additional anti-mushroom check, I suppose we should say. Yeah, okay, looks like Fire Flower is actually going to be the way to ignite a lot of these bombs, and so there's going to be a power-up progression that happens here as we open up this gate and continue. So the more gates you open up, the more previous power-ups you have access to, which is important, I think. And we'll presume that perhaps we do need Yoshi to be holding a flower, although it could always be a mushroom next, but, you know, we'd like to not assume anything just yet. And yeah, this is the previous gate, and then this will probably be a Cape Whip gate, actually, now that I look at it. It's not going to be blowing fire or anything, it's going to be a Cape Whip. For sure. Same with this one, perhaps. No, that's just going to be a lock from the other side. Actually, most of them are just going to be locks from the other side. Okay. So we open this. Then we go through here. Now you have a drop that allows you to go through to the right side. You have spikes that also allow you to go. Given that we have kind of 3 tiles of height here, we should actually take damage in a moment, but let me just check up here. Koopa Shell. Interesting. A Koopa Shell would be something that you can send over here. Oh, whoops, no, hang on. What it does not do is give you fire. The way it does in Super Mario World. Maybe Yoshi needs to hold the shell, then, rather than the flower. But we don't actually have the information to know that yet. And since we got the flower from outside, let's try it with the flower first, and it turns out Yoshi needs a shell. We know how to get the shell. It is going to be a shell for the POW, I'm pretty sure, now that I look at it. Yeah, it is a shell deflection for the POW, for sure. Okay, reset through. And then let's just toss the flower then. Although, oh, that was a mistake. Except, Yoshi's going to very kindly come back. However, what you can do is push a flower through, and grab it on the other side, as long as you don't unload it. I was wondering if I could just take it up to the checkpoint area, but that's not how it's going to go. You know what? Since you popped the shell over here, Yoshi can just grab it. And then we spit down here, or rather, down here. Mr. Pal drops Yoshi. Then we have the flower available on this side for the bomb. Past that point, we can grab checkpoints, and then this just allows you to exit. Okay, and then... yeah, Thwomp is going to be something we get rid of with Star later, I think. And yeah, as you progress through the level, we open this up. I see 4 pink coins incidentally. We haven't seen any pink coins on the field yet, so... might be a required segment later with all 4. Might be optional collectibles, but we don't know that yet. We just haven't gotten that far. Now, what did we actually progress through here? Let's see here. What do we open up? We open up the ability to go back in here, obviously. Red coins in this area for an optional bonus area, okay. Well, we're at checkpoint, so I don't mind... the potential time... ah, I see, okay. Cape. Didn't see that. Well, with a cape, we know that if we just run it, there's a place to fly through here. But we'll need to grab the other cape flower. Oh, that also says flower and Koopa for some reason. But we'll grab the cape anyway. So I don't know if the tracks tell you what you want to take with you. No, because... well, we'll see. That's a reset pipe, by the looks of it. I have to take damage there to go through. Possibly you take damage by taking a shell with you then. But we'll see. Anyway, we'll open up everything we can. And open this up. Yeah, Yoshi's useful everywhere. Open that up. And of course, this one here, nothing to it just yet, as expected. So we haven't seen this properly yet. So for the time being, let's take Cape again, just until we know what we're doing. The track does say flower and shell, but I wonder, since it's giving you 2 items, or rather signifying 2 items, what it's actually telling you. So notice this thing here, that's important. And you've got a Stargate over here. Interesting, okay. Reset pipe over there, presumably. Now we need to lower this in order for Yoshi to get across, which tells me... probably shelter the bumper. In fact. And, yeah, if we need a damage source, we actually do need the shell, then. When we stand on top of the shell, then we are small enough to get over to the other side. And then we need to lower that gate with another shell. Probably by holding the shell and then running across it with Small Mario. But we need a cape whip initially, which means that... Yeah, let's go back to get the shell. We know that it's at checkpoints. Right, that's actually a very convenient way to do it. Yeah, everything will bust open very conveniently, and then... Don't know what's going on with that fireflower symbol there, but... Basically, we can just take damage here, and then pick up the shell. And then open the gate this way. Now, here's the question. At this point, we need a flower. Oh. Did this pipe... No. This pipe was just the entry pipe. So that's why it says flower plus... shell, but then how do you get through... Oh, you know what? No, you can just use the shell to go through the gate up top, so you don't need to cape at all. You should actually take the indication seriously then, yeah. Okay, I understand it. Maybe. Take this guy. No. We need to sort of miss the flower, but that's okay. We just do this instead. There we go. Except we can't fly up there now. Didn't think about that. Actually, then we just need to place things such that we have access to all the power-ups. Because we do need to fly up there. But then we need flower plus shell after that. Now, possibly we need to just kind of cart everything across. Yeah, that's what it is. Then we deposit the shell up top first, then we deposit a flower up top as well, so... Nope, not like that. Yeah, because we do need flight, but we don't want to despawn anything. And you know, I can always just... No, not like that. I was trying to spin beside it so I can pick it up. Is this Super Mario Bros. Wonder? Not quite, but it could be. It's not unthinkable. And no World of Spur. I mean, I don't know if you're asking seriously, but it is, of course, Super Mario Maker 1. Which is shutting down in a couple months' time. A couple weeks' time, I should say. How do I intend to take the shell and the flowers through the pipe? Well, let's take a look at the pipe. I intend to switch to the flower here. So the idea is that I sort of dump the shell here, take the flower, I switch to the flower, and then I grab the shell with Yoshi. Right? Or does the collision not work for that? Where you just accidentally hit the shell over and over or something? because depending on my running distance here, I think it should work. You say that like that's not the solution, but okay, let's see if we can get enough running distance here without hitting the shell. We can, which means drop the flower for a moment. I'm overcomplicating it? Yeah, that's fine. That's still a valid solution. If it works, it works. That's first roll of puzzles. Almost. As we don't hit the shell. Then we get through here with a shell rather than the cape whip. Nope, and then we lose the shell. Okay, never mind. That was too bad. Ah, that's too bad. Oh, you know what? This stays down. Yeah, no, I just kind of assumed. That these would be vine blocks that respawn, and you have to do everything in one sequence. I don't know why I assumed that, actually. Probably because I thought that you would have to do things in one go. Then you would need to cape here. Okay, yeah. But then that should stay down. For 33 seconds, we won't actually see it. Yeah, no, I totally thought that that would just be a case of... Whoops, no. Hang on. Whoops, no. Well, 3, 2, 1, yeah, we're down. Yeah, I totally thought it was a case that you had to take both the shell and the flower with you. And keep the shell that way. But no, I guess it is something sequential. We just misread it. Anyway, we will need Cape and Yoshi. Let's just grab the Cape first. Grab the shell from there. Yeah, so we had actually solved it. Or we're on track initially, and thought we would be extra clever. For extra credit. Yeah, so we can actually just use the shell first and then cycle around. And come back with the flower. So again, we are going to take damage over... nope. That's okay, that's fine. And we should hopefully not lose Yoshi. Oh, actually, no, of course they wouldn't be vine blocks, because the shell hits them on the side and they turn. Yeah, okay, of course they're not vine blocks. That's very obvious to me in hindsight. We didn't even look at it properly. Oh, whoops. Okay, so I guess that's what the signaling system here is, that you just need 2 items in the sequence, which... that was not how I was reading it. And if we need a cape from this point, we'll have to just go back out to get one. Assuming, of course, that these blocks also stay down. I actually think that we should have stayed in this position and gone down through this pipe immediately. Now that I look at it. Because if those blocks do respawn, then that's the actual solution. Whoops. Yeah, because this lets you just park yourself on the right side here without jumping up, and that gets within range of the cape. I suspect we needed that, but... oh, yeah, okay, we need to wear this first before we... grab the next one. Yeah, I strongly suspect that's what it is, in fact, now that I look at it. Picking the wrong one. That's something we should keep in mind for anything like the cape drop. That's assuming that the blocks stay up. Yeah, that's the thing, is that, you know, we kind of needed to pay attention to the fact that the turning yellow blocks here signified that this gate would stay down. So what you do is you do fire flowers through here, and then you go up, you grab a cape feather, and then you come back. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Or rather, yeah, you go through the reset pipe and then grab the power up you need. Which in this case is this one. Definitely overthinking it, but we're used to that. And so what you do here is you grab that, open this up, grab the cape without jumping out, back down. Look at that, Maker 1 playing fair with two-way pipes the way that Maker 2 does. Something very unusual in some ways to just be able to trust that it's a two-way pipe. I prefer the pipe stacking Maker 1, obviously, but, you know, it does affect puzzle flow quite a bit every now and then. Now let's be very careful with this. So we... Oh, come on. No. I knew that actually dropping the feather in a way that I could pick it up was going to be a problem, but... How much of a problem? We totally didn't foresee. That's okay. Pretty easy to get back. Yeah, we need to leave ourselves plenty of room to pick it up. I don't know if we can find a good location for that where we can reach. I mean, I guess down here we can fall into it. Here we go. And we exit. Checkpoint. Now we haven't seen anything optional yet. That's something that has occurred to me. And so yeah, this opens up every gate, which is nice. And star will be the next point of progression, which we did expect. And then we see a couple of thwomps that we can break already from previous experience. Yeah, this is going to be a thwomp star gate, but then there's also the one that was all the way to the right. Oh, that's a coin. Well, that's one coin location, at least. Possibly there are more. But of course, when you load through the Checkpoint 2 area, you've got a lot of zones that are, at this point, inaccessible. And carefully demolished in advance, so... Anyway, let's grab the star for a moment. Probably need to wear a star while holding another star. At some point. This thwomp over here is also potentially significant, given that it's not really accessible any other way. It tells me that something interesting should have happened there. Although, yeah, we can still potentially have some progression through, I don't know, helmet or something. We'll find out. Given the number of hard blocks that we see all over the place. So yeah, probably just a place where we do need to grab another star, but interesting. Fire flower, okay. Yeah, it's going to be a helmet of some sort to bump through the munchers. Definitely looks like helmet. I solved this puzzle way faster than Carl Sagan in 42 did. Where you grab the feather and go back into the pipe. Yeah, I mean, it was a natural thing to do. And also, you know, we were talking about Carl years and years ago when puzzle genres perhaps much less well developed. No. And yeah, here you can switch into a flower for this bomb. So we'll do that. And then blow that up. Which will blow up the top gate as well, as expected. 37 seconds, of course, not a whole lot of time to work with. And then, what comes in here? That's the helmet. Okay. Then we just need to be small to grab it then. And of course the damage priority off of wearing the helmet is going to be potentially an issue after that, but we'll grab this. Yeah, with all the hard blocks in the main zone, I kind of thought it would be something like the helmet. Now we're losing Yoshi at this point. So maybe I should load him somewhere closer. Well, 2 seconds. Okay. So, checkpoint over here. And then it's going to open up all the gates. Whoops. Not if we died like that. Interesting thing is that if you notice all the hard blocks, looks like a lot of things could be lowered at that point from using the spiny hat. So yeah, we know the location of one coin. We know, given the spiny hat, that, you know, you can probably cut through some other thwomps that seem to be dead ends, like this one. That's probably coin 2. Depending on whether the coins are cut across the checkpoints, we don't know if it's going to be 3 coins and a safety or 4 coins. But if it is 3 coins and a safety, we're probably past the point where coin 1 was available, so let's grab everything we can. And yeah, we grab this. Then grab this. Might as well take coin 1 while we're here. I don't imagine we'll have too much trouble with it, regardless of order, but we'll take it. We have a very plausible looking candidate for coin 2. Then we know we'll have to switch to flower on the other side anyway. But then the fact that the track says star tells me that perhaps we should, in fact, take a star. And we just need to bounce it around until we grab the flower and switch to the flower, and then switch back to the star after that. Because we know from the previous track signaling that the track is telling you what you need. And then star's going to bounce over there. Let's try to grab it a second time. Oh, nope. Oh, that's a mistake. Oh, well. Yeah, actually, that's a mistake anyway, because we needed cape to get through here. Okay, anything from this area? No, we do need star, and then yeah, flower is going to be available. Well, we should keeping the star in mind anyway, because yeah, this seems to signal strongly that we will want it, so let's go down for a moment and grab another, and then we'll do the flower swap as before. Okay, so we actually do need a cape. It's okay to bounce the star a little bit as long as we don't accidentally pick it up. And yeah, it's in that trap over there, and that's fine because it means that we can do flower over in this segment first, fire the bomb, and then follow the star over because it is going to continue that way. We'll let the star just bounce ahead whenever possible. Because it is placed in such a way that you can avoid picking it up for a while, which is probably what we need. Because then we can switch back to Yoshi to grab it. I said switch back to Yoshi to grab it. There we go. Now, where to place Yoshi? That's the question. Because I'm concerned about despawning, potentially. What is this one-way panel? Oh, down to this segment, really? Okay. Okay, that's not what I expected, but we can bust through all of this, of course. And look, Yoshi's out of range, but... Oh, interesting. Jumping piranha. Why would we? Well, I mean, getting out of here with the Spiny Hat is already going to be progress. In terms of just being able to break lots of stuff, so... So, for instance... we can just come through here. And as expected, that's going to. And also, down there, we can just break hard blocks like crazy. This was a Fireflower gate previously. I wonder if that changes at all, in fact. Let's try it. I mean, most other gates have been locked down at this point. I actually suspect it might be something like a door through one of these columns as you load them up. But anyway, we need to get back to checkpoint 2 to check that properly. I have my doubts. And yeah, okay, no, as before, that does remain robust as a very durable gating system. We've got coin 1 from him. Flop over to the right. Yeah, we got these ones, of course, if you want to come back through that area. We haven't really even looked at the starting area to see if anything could have been plausible here. Well, speaking of which, we could probably get some flight in the starting area in the event that we have anything we would like to check, just for certainty. Well, a reasonable amount of progress for this attempt. Oh yeah, okay, no, that's nothing. Well, in that case, let's see if we can go down. Not really. Just checking everything we can. Yeah, I can't actually reverse through anywhere interesting, really. Oh, 37 to go. Okay, we need to find something reversible. That's this point. Let's see. Probably just back through here with the gate that you need a star for. Yeah, I think that's gotta be it. We missed something in here. And we've got 8 seconds, so we won't see it. So we know this segment. What we didn't see was the continuation with the spiny head. It just slipped out of my view somehow. Yeah, I mean, all these blocks look so conspicuously breakable. As though something here could be concealing a door or something that we could drop into someday. But we know where 2 of the thwomps are located, so let's actually just continue the standard way for now, just to make sure we got everything. Because it's easy enough to redo the thwomps afterwards, so let's just... Well, we hope. It's probably better to... work on something else for the moment. Okay, and we'll grab another one. I don't know why, but we'll grab another one. So this sequence we understand. At least in terms of trading up to the spiny hat, we can do that. A lot of safe locations. Let's dump the star. Hang on. Nope, hang on. At this point, though... Oh, no. We forgot the cape whip that we need down here. Okay, never mind. Bit of an ordering problem here. And, yeah, let's take this immediately. Grab a star as the relevant item. Oh, right. And then this way. Oh, whoops, no. Okay, well, fine, we'll just have to take it. And then we'll just grab another one. Okay, flip this, and through. No, we did it too soon again. I need to cape first. Green parts all over the place. Yeah, no, we need to keep the cape for the turret blocks, of course. And yeah, let's switch into it. Much too indispensable. Yeah, up we go. No, not that one. Again. Nope, and then straight out. Again. Grab another one. I don't even remember what this hot swapping did for me earlier, given that we did into flowers. Or rather the, what am I saying? The, second player here. Yeah, okay, so we'll grab the flower, we'll keep the flower without changing into it yet. That's what this level's all about, making sure you know which change of clothes you need to have handy at any given time. Oh, no. That's... and then now we need to expire all of this. Well, I mean, I didn't actually see the relevance at star earlier, though. Maybe... Probably is required for something, but we didn't see what the continuation was with the spiny hat anyway, so let's just grab the hat first. In case we can do something useful with it. Interestingly enough, no, you can't take damage here if you have Yoshi. Obviously. Oh, right, because if you move Yoshi a little closer to the left, I think maybe we minimize spawning issues. Potentially. Maybe we don't. Yeah, so you come down here, you push through this stuff. Very elegant, considering that we needed it for... what is it? Oh, okay. Huh. That would be useful somehow. Anyway, we have the spiny hat. Once again, I'm not clear on progression for this. But supposing we come over here... Oh yes, this is a star location. That's what you need a star for, actually. Because you want to enter here. That's the location. Can we still grab Yoshi? Yes, we can. Do we have an exit over here? And then we'll go with everything we know. 120 already on the clock. And then, yeah, let's just use this first. Yeah, very similar situation with the Auto Swamp later, I think. And we're going to run into time trouble. Let's see if we can see any new material whatsoever on this attempt. Yeah, you keep Yoshi. And you would need to get Yoshi somehow back down. And I'm not sure. Let's see how that's going to go, but possibly you don't even need Yoshi, but you just need the star, in which case if you open up this central passage, what does that give you? Oh yeah, no, we needed a flower out front. 40 seconds, yeah, because it's got a little bit scrambled by the repetition. Since if you repeat through here, you kind of need to repeat everything, I think. Unless there's a gating mechanism we didn't see, which there might be. I think we'd take the time out at this point and live with it. But yeah, we see how to proceed. That's that whole sequence. We make sure that Yoshi has a star that you can bounce around to a certain location. And past that point, you're able to just head down to that lower thwomp that's guarding the door. So. Well, anyway, we'll try it. Okay, so it's going to open all the relevant gates, and once again we go for Cape and Yoshi. sit down here, perhaps. We'll keep our eyes peeled for anything else that we might potentially be able to do with what we have. Whoops. Okay, I actually did that cleanly for once. Then we'll grab the star. And yeah, there'll be a bit of swapping between the star and the flower, as we know from experience at this point. We keep the flower, we don't use it yet. Okay. That guy. You know, didn't ever really have a chance to test out flight in this area, but that's okay. I wonder if you send a star down here instead. Rather, I think we should punch out the muncher first, and then we can talk about this properly. Yeah, because why don't we just, you know, drop it in a nice slot or something? No, it bounces back out. Just wondering if we can find a good position for that. Oh, I guess not. Let's just go. We're gonna lose time here. Oh, and we can't do it. Yeah, no, we need to keep the star, of course. I didn't even think about the wigglers there. Okay, so we need to send the star down, and then acquire it past the wigglers. Or rather, send Yoshi down, because you do need Yoshi to bounce. It's funny because I was maybe thinking in the back of my mind earlier that you definitely can't get through the Wiggler Gate if you just fall through one of the stars, unless there's something buried below, which doesn't seem like we had enough space for that. But we actually got caught, so Carl fell through those wigglers too and really enjoyed falling for that trick. Yeah, it seems like his kind of thing. But definitely a very cleverly built gate. So, it's one of those attention traps, you know. And those are definitely kind of rewarding in their own way. Possibly we need to revisit this room, like the other one, but we don't exactly know what is permanently or only temporarily broken. Yeah, I like this idea too of the star just kind of bouncing up 2 tiles at a time and going up the whole column. I think after we get to Spine Hat, we definitely need to cycle around the left side. But yeah, Yoshi will definitely capture the star. Oh, nope. And too close. We need to figure out where Yoshi's going to drop. Unless there's a P-switch to press, it's not going to be through here. But I don't know where else it could be. Oh, there's this donut here. No, that doesn't go through, though. I think it is going to be something like a P-switch and then you push him or something. But no, because even so, he would just be trapped in this location in the bottom right. Kind of reluctant to leave Yoshi for too long, but we do need to scout this out. I suppose if you have a way to get through this gate here, then you actually take a star through this side and then kill the Thwomp. I thought that was the route over to checkpoint 1 though, which might be interesting. Let's get out then and try to reverse through that. That actually looks more promising. Don't know what's going on with this plant either. Although, hang on. Oh no, that just swallows. Yeah, he's not a fire plant or anything. Okay, so I'm holding a star. Oh, yeah, that was a mistake. This bomb gate over here. I'm trying to remember if we had engaged with it at any point. Yeah, that gate's no longer available. This one's also no longer available. I'm just wondering where the possible exits are. Yeah, this one got broken open wide open, and we know it's also no longer going to be something too functional. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like you're supposed to pop up that pipe and hit something, but then which pipe would that be? Oh, let's grab a cape. So we'll need to drop the star momentarily. That's okay, I think, unless there's some major obstruction that we didn't really think about. Let's try to scout out everything we can in this zone. I suppose we should get the cave, but I don't know what that would get us at this point. Interestingly enough, we can just break any of these whenever we like. Well, it seems like we did kind of need to reverse through right from much earlier, or just go back to the entrance in what was formerly the very early mushroom sequence. I think if you get the mushroom, you can go through here, but then not through the platform. Just thinking about whether we had any other objects to work with. Or even anything with fire. I mean, I guess you can take the fire flower, and then a couple of things might potentially open up. We saw 2 coins already. This whole area here we just don't know about. Because it looks like we need some kind of fire source. Now, I wonder if there's something I can do with the fire flower to kind of do a deflection into Yoshi picking up fire. Probably not. That seems like something I would have seen before for sure. I don't know, we can't actually go down here, obviously, but... Well, let's go up this way again. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I think I missed some kind of spot that I could use to fall through that earlier area. Now, of course, we're also big, which is important because it means I can punch through that pipe. And see how that goes. Well, 10 seconds though, so not something we'll really hit. That's okay, we'll redo from checkpoint. Yeah, progress has slowed a little bit here with the spiny head because I haven't quite seen a continuation yet, but maybe that's a little jarring just given how readily understandable a lot of the conditions were for something like the StarCraft campaigns. Anyway, I've totally lost track of what I was thinking about. I was thinking about something to do with real-time strategy for some reason. Anyway, starting to confuse myself a bit. Okay, yeah, we take the flower and the cape. It bounce back on that. We take the flower over here. Not the flower, the star. Over here. Yeah, it's spiny head continuation that is the roadblock right now, easily. And we know we should take a star through here. Maybe the star could have followed through the conveyor belt or something. Well, the problem is that we just don't know how to send Yoshi across, unless it's Yoshi damage. Which is something we should consider, whether there was a Yoshi damage segment that we could have used to send him through the conveyor belt. Nope, no. Too late. I spun into that, or rather, I was going to spin and then spit, and then we just kind of did it in the wrong order. Okay, let's pay attention here. It's starting to lose focus a little bit. Let's grab this once more. Grab this guy. Grab another one. Probably not the most efficient path here, but grab that. Enter. Okay, we know how the switch goes. We know how to bump our way back through here. What I don't know is a continuation, and I actually don't know what came out of the blaster. That's actually significant, that we came through this column too quickly every time, and never read what came out of the blaster. That's maybe something very important. What it is, I can't guess just yet. I don't think I paid any attention to what that was even there for. I'm looking around for potential damage sources to get Yoshi to run that conveyor track, but not easy to see. Okay, we know we can bounce around these guys. We know that having a power-up of any sort... Whoops. Oh yeah, this was the plant, that's right. Now, what was the plant possibly useful for? That's the thing. Unless it's some kind of displacement. Like an object displacement. Let's think about what we could possibly want to use this for. I mean, it is going to steadily make its way up, and then, you know, not give you any room to spin whatsoever. Ah, it's a damage source. Of course. It's a damage source for Yoshi. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. Nope, and then, well, we don't want to hit it that way. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. We need to... Okay, good, good. Now let's follow. Yeah, I was looking at that plant the whole time and thinking, okay, what's it possibly useful for? That's what it is. It's just a Yoshi run. Okay, that's a breakthrough. That's what we've been looking for all this time. And the plant was mysterious for so long, too. That's something that was worth looking at. Do we want to get these guys to slam everything? Or do we want to keep the star past this point? Everything's gonna blow up. We have a door over here. We should grab the 2 coins that we know about before we continue. Oh, unable to access most of the red coins. Okay, well you said most, though, right? So I don't know if there's one that we've missed already, but I was thinking of getting these early ones anyway, so... If you're saying most, then maybe we're okay, but I know you can't actually tell me. Now let's grab the other star. I didn't see a very likely candidate location prior to that, so... It's 2 coins. Well, only way to find out. Let's go through, unless there's anything else that we've missed here. From, you know, lowering blasters or something. Indeed, wrapping around back to the first key coin segment might be interesting, but I don't think we can do it anymore. We no longer have the positioning to go to anywhere we've been. So I think we should actually just go through. Oh, key door is here already, okay. So perhaps we needed 4 coins by this point, unless, of course, that we need to go back here for it. Star over here. And Cape over here, and Yoshi, of course. Oh, whoops, totally missed. Totally just missed the flight, which is unfortunate. That's okay. We're going to burn much less time now that we know what we're doing, comparatively. Alright, let's get back into position. Whoops, no. The feather spit always throws me off a little bit. There we go. Now, since we know how to progress through some things, let's actually this time fine. There we go. Okay. Now we put these pieces together. Yeah, it took me too long to solve this one here, but... important thing is that we got it. careful at this point to avoid big resets. I mean, Spiny Hat, it was pretty clear that, you know, wrapping around here was the right thing. It's just that we didn't even notice the blaster for the longest time, and then once I saw that we did need some way to probably damage run Yoshi through these conveyors, then it became clear that those concepts were connected. Also, just a little bit to the left here. It gets you a flower from that position now. Why would you want that? That's only if Yoshi goes through. Oh, yeah, okay. Lost most of our power-ups here, but we get one? That's actually the other one we had left. That is quite necessary, so... And... grab another Shelmet. So how do we even lose the previous one? I guess we can go back and forth. I mean, as long as we kill the Thwomp, we're okay, right? Like, if we kill the Thwomp, then... Let's see. Yeah, then we should kill the Thwomp first, regardless. No. I don't know why I did that. That was very silly. I knew exactly what was going to happen as soon as I sort of left that ledge and I realized what I did. No, because I was thinking about the conveyor belts and the positioning of that shell, but... that was silly. Anyway. Okay, we know a chunk of the solution at this point. And what am I even holding? Yeah. Just thinking ahead to where we'll go, but we've got a dual established series of actions at this point, so. Anyway, let's see. Oh yeah, because then you can just grab it through... No, you can't. Yeah, let's do this instead. Oh, you mean that after I lost with Shelmet? Okay, okay. Yeah, because I was thinking, like, there's no way you get two. This position didn't seem like it works. Okay, now let's leave Yoshi. Go back. Oh no, let's leave it open. We'll come back for it. Interestingly enough, we totally could have gotten a flower at this point if we wanted to bust open the blocks to the right of the... no, because Yoshi couldn't go with us through that segment to grab the flower to the left. Never mind that. Yeah, we need another power up here. Interesting. Okay, just a little mini game, no real benefit to it. Now we know. Okay, we'll take this down. And before we go through, we'll make sure we grab the 2 coins we know about. And then, what are we doing? Cape. Oh yes, top right. Top right. Now that's all I saw, so I'll grab another one. At this point, I think we just take this exit. Okay, so we know that we can grab both of these. And then it just spawns more stars, don't we? We actually need that. You know what, let's see what's here. Oh, there's a coin. Left side. Okay, so we fly left, that's all. Oh, we should have grabbed that Yoshi, that's okay. Let's... over here. Oh, whoops. No, we missed something. Yeah, that looks like a door that drops you in at the end. So we missed 1 coin prior to that then. And that was effectively the safety coin that then drops you into the key door at the end. So we missed 1 coin much earlier. I don't know when that was obtainable though. Whether it was all obtainable in the last segment. We just missed it. We'll look for it. We won't do another level after this one today, but we'll go back in and look for the coin since this is still fresh. Might even reduce our completion time slightly. I did check the opening area with flight, didn't I? I think I did. Anyway, let's go through the whole thing. And that'll be Yoshi plus Mushroom. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't really even looking for candidate locations for the coin early on, so could have been something fairly obvious. Anyway, let's get through here. And yeah. Very effective way to introduce this in a way that kind of comes back to the level later. In a very satisfying fashion. Yeah, one thing about knowing where the level goes from here is that we actually see segments that we long forgotten about, like, you know, coming out of this pipe, which will necessitate a flower. If we can bust this open for a moment and get one. And yeah, we'll do 2 flowers here. Because the exact nature of the item you need is always consistently signaled, which we now know. Okay, so how do we do this bit here? Let's see. Oh right, this was with a shell, and then we dump the flower first. Nope, no, lost it. Lost it. Let's go back. Oh, whoops. Oh, that's okay if we didn't lose anything there. No. That bounce every time. And then, again. Well, hopefully we're not here too long, given that we've seen everything other than that end segment. You did warn me about bringing a spiny hat into the end segments if we happen to lose it, and I didn't figure out why, so maybe there was something to hit there that we wound up seeing. Oh, hello. Hang on. Step out. No, hang on. Wait, why am I doing that here? Isn't it later that I need it? No, we just needed to be short, and then we grabbed a shell. Now through here, it's going to be Fire Flower against that bomb. Anything else to check up here? Oh, that just goes up to checkpoint. What you meant is that after you complete the last puzzle room, that room can't be re-entered. Okay, yeah. Right, so last chance, basically. Whoops. Oh, might as well grab the shell now, since we know it's relevant later. Switch into cape. Right, and this is the self-damage segment with the shell, but before we do that... no, that's correct. Wait. You know... Oh no, that would just kill the bomb on the right if we fired there. So it won't be that, but I wonder if we fire a second shell here. Like if we come back with a shell against, we know that stays down. I wonder what it does. Let's let's just try it. We know it's supposed to be a flower in here, but I want to check one thing. Because the interaction seems available. Which is that even though we know what the actual solution is in a later segment, what stops me from using a second shell just to kind of put it in that slot here? Okay, so this is all done. Yeah, I mean, there's no sign of a pink coin below that or anything. Okay, no. I mean, there was nothing there, but I just need to make sure. Yeah, we don't need that yet. What we need is the flower. Oops. Speaking of which, did we actually check this carefully? Just want to try it one more time. Oh, we didn't check it carefully. Okay. Alright, that's solved then. Except we're not going to hit checkpoint in time to really keep it. Yeah, for some reason in the back of my mind I thought I'd already checked it, but I was probably thinking of a different level we played today, to be honest. I mean, it couldn't have been a SMM1, but yeah, I was probably thinking of a completely different level in terms of, oh, I guess I checked the entrance. Because in the back of my mind, we didn't need to look at that one. We're going to run out of time, so we might as well, I think, just try to take a hit somewhere. Can we take a dive somewhere here? Let's see. No, not really. Maybe off the swamp. If I don't dawdle, I can get to CP2. Really? I didn't think it was that close. Nah, let's just do it this way. Yeah, I mean, not now, but I didn't think it was that close. No, I was thinking we might as well just reset it. I mean, I guess we won't get to see it, you know, single segment when all the gates open, but if we're going for optional coins, I'm not counting on that anyway. But anyway, we have the solution at this point, so let's just break open the gates and do the rest of the level, and we have it. We'll finish on a big, satisfying clear today. Shell first. Actually, no, never mind. Never mind a shell, let's just grab the coin first. While we still can. Yes, and then the shell. Which are your levels I have left to finish after this one? Is it okay if I show you at the end of this one? Because I roughly know, but I can't quite recite it off the top of my head when I'm also in the middle of solving this. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll make sure I scroll through it when we finish this, which we will, because we have the solution, and now we have all coins. Oh, whoops, no. Here we go. Yeah, because we have it at this point. I'm not concerned about it. And then here we go for cape plus flower. Oh, wow, look at that bounce. Spectacular bounce. As with so many Yoshi spits against walls, which we should really stop doing. Okay, Maker 1. I know, we keep forgetting where it is. It's on the arrow. Okay. And then we just switch into it here, right? What, did I forget something? This nagging feeling I forgot something. I'm supposed to carry with Yoshi here, but... Oh, yeah, no, carrying the other cape feather. Yeah. Oh, no, that's not it. It's just going through here with the interaction that we were talking about earlier. Grabbing this cape feather. Once we're past that cape whip gate up above, which isn't practical to do with the shell or anything else. Okay. This will continue. Then we'll fly up after a very inadvisable wall spin. That could have gotten me into quite a few delays. Yeah, I guess I could have made this previously if I just kind of remembered the path clearly enough, but I doubt I would have done it. Okay, let's not take a dive over here. Star is requirement for the top right coin. Shellman is a requirement for the top left coin. Let's just well, let's just take this first of all. Whoops. Grab this guy. And come in. And we do this segment here. And we don't switch yet. Now we switch. Take damage. Grab the helmet. And then do the sequence to open up the piranha. Yeah, very interesting interaction with this early zone that functioned quite well just as a mushroom tutorial before we knew what it was really for. Yeah, we have to kill it. Can't really jump through that cleanly. Then we just run over here with Yoshi. Oh no. Would be nice if we could take damage here a little more fluidly, unfortunately. Yeah, we have to just kind of run straight through it, perhaps. Nope. Do I just wait for it to collide with me from below? And I was concerned that Yoshi would just stomp into it. But I suppose we just go left or right instead, so Yoshi doesn't bounce back at us. There we go, that's much better. Much cleaner. We don't want to accidentally skip over Yoshi here, of course, but although we could always loop around, he'd stay loaded. Now, we did pick up a star, didn't we? Yeah, that's right. I'm always liable to forget which item Yoshi happens to be holding after doing something for long enough. Okay, now let's go for both coins. We'll have just enough time. Nope, not that. Let's just do this first. We'll need to be fairly quick. Otherwise we'll need to do the entire segment from checkpoint. And we know we'll get another star in here, so let's just do this. And then go left. And look at that. Okay, we get stars just in time. Good. Here, let's just drop on top of the goal, or on top of this column. And that's it. Yeah, it definitely started flagging a little bit there when we were figuring out the Spiny Hat continuation, but once I saw it, it was a very elegant solution. So I think I kind of needed that point of failure through the Wigglers to really draw my attention to what was going on there in terms of looking for a damage source. And so sometimes you just kind of need that bit of a kick from the level to refocus, I think, because that was the main sticking points. And of course, just noticing things like, which blocks would or wouldn't persist as they were destroyed in the Koopa Shell plus Flower segment. That was really satisfying. Anyway, in terms of what we still have left to do, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Mario. Mario demands a trigger warning. Power abstention and reincoination. And a Toadstool Tower Tragedy. Just those 4, actually. I mean, they could all be pretty big, and we've been solving, 2 or 3 a day. I guess we did technically 4 today if you count secret ending to Stand By Your Dinosaur. I don't really count it. We did 3 today. But some pretty big ones in here, and we did all secret objectives, and so we'll see if I can get on tomorrow. Sometimes it's a day that's a little bit uncertain, depending on when I get back in and get settled for any kind of playing, but we will definitely try to finish it by the end of this week. And yeah, I mean, definitely out of the profiles I've been playing, I think this one here has required the most segments so far, but that's not surprising because I expected the levels to be fairly hefty across the board. You're saying that Mario demands a trigger warning will probably take me a long time, but the other one won't quite take us long? Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I don't really know how Power Up Deferral did relative to your expectations. I felt like, considering you were saying, oh, it's really long, and it didn't really end up being that way, but maybe that's because I was mostly just jammed on one thing, being the Piranha Plant, and wasn't so jammed on something like the Cape Feather pickup that we had talked about earlier. So you never know. I mean, some things can be shorter, some things can be much, much longer if I'm doing things the hard way, like I did with the bomb kicks over here in Bowsenberg. But yeah, I'm looking forward to doing the rest, and of course we did keep the videos of the other ones, and I've actually already grabbed some of the older ones I played before for replays eventually, but for the purposes of streaming the remnants of what we can fit in with Maker 1, I am of course prioritizing things we haven't seen yet, so technically 4 more to go, and then that's going to be a John %, so to speak. And yeah, I'm glad that, went comparatively well, even though I definitely felt myself slowing down and probably getting a bit sloppy with the commentary as well, but hopefully that was a somewhat coherent experience. And I didn't take as long as I thought I might to grab the last coin too, because I just needed to, drop this assumption in the back of my mind that I had already checked that spot, which is sometimes what gets me into trouble. Because I had just this vague memory of having already checked an entrance, and I might have been thinking of really something completely different. Maybe even Stand By Your Dinosaur, where we've been searching for coins for so long with that one as well. In the same theme for the overworld. Anyway, yeah, very satisfied with this session today. And this was, I think, deservedly quite a popular one, although, I'm sure that was kind of given a boost from Carl as well. So, much more to come. And until we continue, hopefully tomorrow, but if not tomorrow, definitely the day after. Possibly even both, who knows. We'll just put us on hold for the time being and come back soon enough. So, thanks so much for watching. Always a pleasure to have you make join me live as well, and give me a nudge when it comes to the existence of secret rooms that I hadn't necessarily even considered in some cases. But thanks for watching. We'll see you again soon enough, and I'm going to send people off onto a raid to whichever destination seems appropriate. So until next time, for everyone watching, lurking, etc., falling asleep to the stream, have a wonderful night or day ahead of you, whichever may apply. And until we meet at our next destination, enjoy everything you may be doing, and as usual, fare thee well.